Всем добро пожаловать. Я все-таки решил немного отдохнуть от резидентов в Геншине, раз уж тут новый патч вышел. Но перед тем, как проходить новые квесты, мне надо добить задание с предыдущего патча. Мы встретимся снова. Том 1, глава 4. Принудительное жертвоприношение. Мисс Лань и Гиан Юй рассказывают вам, что банды похитителей сокровищ из Манштата и Льюя объединяются вместе для того, чтобы ограбить некие руины, связанные с Орденом Бездны. Переживая за то, сколько хаоса может вызвать их вмешательство в дело бездны, вы беретесь за это поручение. И, к сожалению, первую катсцену в этом задании стриггерил без стрима. Но там просто Гиан Юй попросила о помощи. В поисках похитителей сокровищ. Угу. Какие-то руины. Из того, что добавили в этом патче, я знаю только то, что завезли новые истории для 2 или 3 героев. И должна быть постройка дома. Но дом вроде как можно будет строить в отдельном мире. К сожалению, не на общей карте. Пока меня тут никто не встречает. Палатка мародеров.
Many guards here. Looks like their plan to draw away the Abyss Order's forces really worked.
Swift and merciful.
Похитители сокровищ могли бы и расчистить путь для меня. Почему они не избавились от хильчуров тут? Ай, шаман, завязывай лечить всех.
A touch of frost. Spirit blade. Attack.
More signs that a treasure hoarder was here. This should be the right direction. But why does it feel
Что это за
stranger and
шарики?
stranger as we make it deeper into these ruins? Be careful now. Paimon's right behind you.
Может, ты первый пойдешь, Пойман? Все-таки попался.
I ride on wind and cloud alike.
Уже 3-й сундук.
This looks like a person. Could it be the Grand Thief? Why is he in that position? Is he praying to something? That's...
Статуя семьи Ахонтов?
Why is the statue of the Seven hanging upside down? And the statue's hands... Paimon remembers they're normally holding an orb, right? But this statue is holding... What is that? Paimon has a really bad feeling about this. And the Grand Thief hasn't moved an inch. Do you think he's... Hello? Are you okay, mister?
Никакой реакции.
He's dead. Paimon doesn't feel so good.
Как же он умер?
Let's get out of here, and fast! We should report back to Ganyu and Lon. Now what? We can't...
Кажется, уже поздно отступать. Или нет? Как мне теперь подняться?
I ride on wind and cloud alike.
Попробую упасть. Понятно. Я думал, с помощью уклонения смогу пройти между шариков. Тут в каждом таком тупике, что ли, по сундуку. Тогда я справа пропустил сундучок. Ладно, пойду дальше. В этом подземелье много сундуков. Правда, все они обычные. Пока что.
You cannot spy on the secrets of the abyss. You have come here. You have seen our secrets. For this, you must pay the price. As a herald, I will mete out your punishment.
An Abyss Herald?
Привет, Федот. Пайман, наверное. Заранее исследует подземелье и подкидывает еду в сундуки и в ящики. То так он говорил, Дайна.
Dainsleif. Oh, I thought you were just a couple of pests that stumbled in here by mistake. So, you are with Dainsleif, that constant annoyance in our affairs. Did he send you here to die? His resistance against the Abyss has gone nowhere for a long time. There is nothing you can do to change the tide. The Abyss is unstoppable.
Чтобы было чем потом перекусить при исследовании подземелья.
Careful, please don't get cocky.
Блин, у меня еще Чунь-Юнь. Еле живой. Так, где тут хоть вкладка с едой, я уже забыл. Почему никакой музыки нет?
Let's light it up!
Swift and merciful. Submit for judgment.
This power, it seems familiar. I see. So it's you. You are the one. In that case, I shall stay here no longer.
Он знаком с сестрой главного героя, скорее всего.
What a tough battle! Are you okay? Oh, such a strong enemy. Who knew the Abyss Order had monsters this powerful among them?
Кажется, она узнала меня.
Huh? What is it? What are you thinking about?
Ни о чем, давай убираться отсюда.
Oh, right, yeah. We're near the exit now. Let's get out of this scary place before something even more dangerous shows up.
Путешественники Пеймон быстро покидают руины. Что-то зацвестник больно быстро раздулся.
We meet again. A little sooner than I had expected.
Hey, it's Dane!
Judging by your expression, it seems you just experienced something quite strange. Could it be that you encountered an Abyss Herald in those ruins?
Huh? How did you know that?
I've been on the Abyss Herald's trail. I didn't expect to find you here as well.
Там было что-то необычнее, чем Вестник Бездны. Вы рассказываете Дэйну о необычной перевернутой
An
статуе.
inverted statue of the Seven, holding abyssal power in its hands. No, I have never seen such a thing during my time fighting the Abyss, though I have had my suspicions. Tell me the rest of what happened in there. So you escaped the ruin depths filled with abyssal power, and then?
And then, as we got close to the exit, an Abyss Herald suddenly appeared and blocked our way! We fought a big battle with that thing. Maybe it hasn't gotten too far yet.
Я бы не назвал эту битву эпичной.
This is a rare opportunity indeed. Come, let's catch up to it.
Постой, вообще-то это я тебя нанял.
Let's go! A rare opportunity? With Dane helping out, maybe we'll be able to solve more mysteries about the Abyss!
Вестник без последователей. Опять маг.
A touch of
Бездны.
frost. Ah!
Yeah, teamwork is dreamwork!
Поскорее бы докачать дружбу с Щунем, чтобы заменить его наконец в команде.
From whence you came.
Go, go, Baron! No, my sword!
Он, конечно, в принципе, неплохо,
One with my blade.
но я лучше без Рейзера поиграл из секунду.
Those Abyss
Ну и Чунь в первую очередь хорош, когда есть ульта синий... Как его? Синьяня? В общем, книжник.
No. They were just digging through these
Уже
abandoned
все имена
ruin
забыл.
guards looking for something of value.
Oh, is that so? The Traveler here seems to like doing that a lot too. Looking for chaos devices, chaos circuits, you know, that kind of stuff.
Вряд ли маги бездны искали что-то подобное.
They wouldn't be searching for such ordinary objects. In fact, I was nearby investigating precisely because abyss mages often come out from that ruin to explore. They seem to be searching the remains of ruin guards for a certain valuable object to take back to the ruins. However, they look disappointed, so it would seem they haven't found it yet.
Well then, why didn't you grab one of them just now and ask what they were up to?
Да, господин Делюк так уже делал.
I certainly don't mean to be merciful towards these monsters of the abyss, but I have a feeling that their plan with this object is of major importance to the entire Abyss Order. One cannot discover the truth behind it through interrogation. Or rather, these Abyss mages likely fear something else, much more than they do a painful interrogation.
Дружище, ты и сам очень похож на последователя бездны. Что-то, что мы видели в руинах.
Paimon is getting goosebumps thinking about all this.
All right, we shouldn't waste too much time here. Let's continue our search.
Нужно отыскать следы Ордена. Его осмотреть нельзя. Синцю зовут книжник. Тоже прямо на экране можно посмотреть. Именно.
Frost. Submit for judgment.
Ну и куда ты ультанул?
After all that
Ай, боже мой.
training.
Так, что-то он больно бьет.
This is just my luck. Must keep training.
Похоже, придется команду поменять. На нормально. Добейте его.
I am outplayed.
Ты еще живой. Я думал, и он сдох уже. А я все-таки успел поменять персонажа. Босс был намного проще. В предыдущем задании. Так, а бы взять? Там точно огонь нужен. Пусть будет хотя бы так. Почти не изменил команду. Надо бы подлечиться.
Body and mind. time to act.
Плохо, что экипировка Рейзера сейчас у Чуня. На его артефакт. Но их уж я не буду перекидывать, да.
Body and mind.
Опять я без выносливости сюда пришел.
I wanna go home now.
Классно. Что меня так пробивает? Из какого перепуга? Машина застрял в дереве. Блин, он оттуда вышел. Все-таки. Так, тут еще кто-то оставался, нет?
Get back! I taste blood.
Не успеваю отойти.
Ring cutter.
Что значит давно не играл? Даже такого робота не могу убить.
Wow. Besides the Abyss Order, Ruin Guards sure are active around here. Seems wherever we find an Abyss Mage hideout, there's often a bunch of Ruin Guards roaming around too. Is that just a coincidence? Or...
There are no
Пайман только это
coincidences.
заметил.
Everything is the fruit of seeds planted long ago. Just like your appearance in that tavern. Time is just waiting for those seeds to sprout.
Но я услышал тебя совершенно случайно.
Forget it. Just some needless musings. The connection between the Abyss Order and the Ruin Guards is by no means incidental. Rather, they are both branches that have grown out and up from the same roots below.
branches? Roots? What do you mean exactly?
Both originate from an ancient nation that was destroyed 500 years ago. Khaenri'ah.
Huh? Khaenri'ah? Really? The Abyss Order and Ruin Guards are left over from after the destruction of that nation?
Пайман, ты о них знаешь?
Speaking of Khaenri'ah, that's really a super ancient name. Oh, right. As your guide, Paimon should explain a bit here. A long time ago, the nation of Khaenri'ah was...
В смысле я знаю это название? Я его не знаю.
Huh?
Я помню о Каэнри.
You have memories of being there. But that nation was destroyed 500 years ago.
Главный герой, наверное, Каэнри.
Is that so? Well, everyone has their secrets. You did not pry into mine, so I shall not pry into yours. But, if you would like to tell me, I will listen. So, the Khaenri'ah you saw, what was it like?
Эти фразы я понимаю, а тут какой-то бред. Она разбудила меня. И море пламени, когда я проснулся. Скрывать это больше невозможно. Вы рассказываете Дэйну о море пламени.
So that's
Пратник.
the complete story, huh? Paimon thought that you ran into that unknown god first.
I see. So your first memory after coming to this world was being awoken by your sister from within that meteorite.
It seems your sister woke up first. But the question is, how long before you?
And then your sister told you that the destruction of Canria plunged the whole world into chaos, and that you two should leave this world called Tevat?
The destruction of Conria? She said that?
Да. Я этого не слышал.
That destruction you witnessed, that's history from 500 years ago. It seems the first time you awoke in this world was indeed during that period.
Huh. So your sister must have understood this world better than you did, because she woke up first.
And it was shortly after that that you encountered an unknown god who blocked your path, so you couldn't escape.
Oh, Paimon knows this part really well.
I understand. When you awoke at that time and hurriedly tried to leave for another world, you didn't know anything about Canria. But now, since you have come to gain some understanding of Tevat, you are able to guess that the war you witnessed all those years ago must be the war that ended Canria. Am I right?
Ah, if that's the case, you must have been flipping through all sorts of books during our adventure these past few months. Before going to Mondstadt, you had just looked at some vague materials. Later, we managed to gather a whole bunch of old books from all around Mondstadt and Liyue, but
Я
you
их не
told Paimon
читал.
they were useless. So, the whole time you were just trying to learn more about Conria so you could find your sister?
Это единственная зацепка, кроме поиска семьи Ахунтов.
Oh, yeah. You can travel around the 7 nations to find the 7. But where can you go to find a nation that was destroyed 500 years ago?
I probably know more about Canria than both of you. Canria was a nation without a god. Not because it had a god that died or abandoned them, but because it never had a god to begin with. It was a powerful nation, built purely by humans. An unprecedented, flourishing, and glorious civilization. It was the pride of humankind.
A nation without a god?
Later events unfolded just as you remember. It was all destroyed by gods.
You mean that...
500 years ago, the gods descended upon the world and brought desolation to Canria. The pride of humankind was uprooted and crushed, like a weed removed from the garden of the gods.
How could that be? The history books don't say anything about that.
Этот мир жестокий и опасен, я должен поскорее отыскать свою сестру.
Yes, well, continuing to discuss the past now will only dampen our spirits.
Боюсь, в следующий раз Венти и Джунли должны будут мне кое-что объяснить. Мне кажется, это должно быть в одной фразе.
Let's keep moving. I will tell you more of what you want to know as we continue our search.
Продолжаем искать следы Ордена. Там, наверное, тоже надо будет кого-нибудь победить опять. Ставлю хотя бы на одного мага бездны. Так, надо хотя бы меч забрать. Учуня. Отдавай деньги. Угу, вижу мага бездны. В этот раз огненный.
Over there! It's more ruin guards and abyss mages. Dane was just saying how these ancient machines are from Conria. So, did Conria have a lot of ruins that needed to be guarded?
No. Ruin Guard is the name modern people have given these machines. No one called them that 500 years ago. These Ruin Guards were known as Field Tillers by the people of Conria.
Field tillers? What a strange name.
Они просто фермерское оборудование.
It's not like you think. Field Tiller was just a code name. The people of Conria like to give code names to their weapons. The land is not to be tilled with farming tools, but rather is to be fought for with steel and blood. This is how the Field Tiller came about.
Fought for with steel and blood? Well, that's an interesting way of understanding tilling. Paimon doesn't think it's a very positive interpretation.
After the destruction of Conria, these masterless field tillers went completely out of control. They wandered aimlessly over the centuries, gradually spreading to every corner of Teyvat. Perhaps resonating with the sorrow of other civilizations lost to time, they found their way to various ruins across the land, where they lie dormant.
Well, that sounds so sad.
500 лет бесцельных скитаний.
Once you understand more, those details won't mean much to you. But no matter their past, all that remains of them now is the danger they pose. So destroy them all.
Не хочешь помочь?
Keep back! Get back!
Я решил попрыгать. Не люблю эту атаку у них. И ничего не оставил. После себя жмут.
This abyss maze dropped a talisman. Could it be a communication of some kind?
This talisman seems connected to the Abyss Herald. But why would an Abyss Mage be carrying it? Perhaps it really does contain information about their operation.
But Paimon can't read the writing on it. Is that the script of Conria?
Engulf the faith of an enemy in flame, and bring glory to Her Highness the Princess.
What? Is that what it says?
Loom of Fate, initial operation. They, the Abyss, seem to be carrying out a large operation. The keyword here is Loom of Fate. It seems like they are still launching the operation, or rather, are still conducting preliminary tests.
Loom of Fate? What's that? Is it literally a fate-leaving machine?
Вестник бездны готовится к чему-то. Это как-то связано с перевернутой статуей?
From the horrible feeling Paimon's been getting, those eerie ruins are super likely to be related to this fate-weaving operation. So, Dane, what message does this talisman contain?
I'm reading it now. An ambitious operation. But some parts are difficult to understand.
How so?
In short, the first phase of the plan is related to Osile, Overlord of the Vortex.
The Overlord of the Vortex? You mean that god in the ocean?
Нам не удалось уничтожить его в прошлый раз.
What do they want with Osile?
Для того же, для чего и Двалин.
I know of your past heroics regarding Dvalin, and I also know of the Abyss Order's role in the Storm Terror incident. Though you may not have been aware of it at the time, you were thwarting an Abyss Order operation similar to this one.
Last time it was Venti's old friend. This time it's a huge ancient god. The Abyss Order keeps setting their sights higher and higher. Will the Abyss Order use their lies and dark magic to corrupt Osile, just as they did Dvalin?
No. From the contents of the talisman, this operation goes one step further. They won't just corrupt Osile's mind. They also plan to use the ancient technology behind the field tillers to completely transform Osile's body.
Is that even possible? So wait, the Abyss Order wants to make some sort of cybernetic squid god of mass destruction?
С каждым днем их прозвище все длиннее.
Very few people today truly understand the civilization of Kanria. Though of course, the accuracy of that understanding itself is difficult to judge. Only the Abyss Order has consistently sought out the remnants of Kanria. Despite being far from human, they seek out this lost human civilization quite persistently. The talisman's message states that they will use the defiled statue as a base, attaching Osile's limbs to construct a mechanized god. And the new core that shall replace the orb usually held by the statue of the Seven is the eye of the very first field tiller.
The eye of the very first field tiller? Oh, Paimon gets it! All those Abyss mages are looking for the special eye, right?
It would seem so.
Давайте найдем глаз раньше их.
This whole thing keeps getting more complicated. But basically, it all has to do with that eerie statue of the Seven we saw, right?
Yes. According to the talisman, the eye should be placed in the hands of the defiled statue, thereby imbuing the newly born god with the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
Celestia?
Oh boy, the Abyss Order sure isn't holding back with this plan. Since no one knows where the first field tiller is, how about we take the information about the statue as the starting point for our investigation?
Может, мы просто вернемся в то подземелье и разломаем ту статую? И хватит мусолить одну и ту же тему. Столько времени. Может, нам стоит спросить кого-нибудь из церкви Phellon?
Yeah, that tone-deaf bard is too difficult to track down anyway. Let's go to the cathedral first and ask around. Maybe we'll learn something.
Да, думаю, Венти можно легко найти. Он, скорее всего, в трактире.
What's the matter, Dane?
Nothing. Let's get moving. A huge statue, a grandiose cathedral. The people of Mondstadt clearly spent a great deal of resources and energy to construct them.
Он еще тут не был?
But how aware of this was the Animal Archon on receiving this gift? And how much did he give back in return?
Faith doesn't ask for anything in return, though. Does it?
As long as the gods have a clear conscience about it all, there's nothing I can say about it.
Shh! We're about to enter the cathedral! Don't say anything bad about the Animal Archon! And actually, the Animal Archon is... Ugh, never mind!
I never specifically said I would enter the cathedral. I'll leave you two to mingle with the sisters.
Huh?
Тебе не любопытно?
You are the honorary knight of Mondstadt. They will surely allow you to poke into these affairs with their utmost trust. Having me tag along would only make them suspicious.
Потому что они не знают тебя?
Correct. And just as our little friend said, I might say something bad about the church at any time. When a non-believer steps onto holy ground, the result is never pretty.
Да, в
I have never
JRPG всегда
received the favor of the gods in
религия
the past.
упоминается.
I don't see any reason I would need it now, or in the future either. That's enough about that. While we've been chit-chatting, the Abyss Order continues to act.
Okay, then we'll just go in
Почти
ourselves
всегда.
and ask around.
I should
Геншин
warn you
хоть и
about one thing.
китайский, но все равно подражает
Don't
во
go
многом
mentioning the
японским играм.
defiled statue inside the cathedral. The Church of Favonius wouldn't ignore the matter of the statue. But if they rashly tried anything against the Abyss Order, it would only ruin whatever element of surprise we may have. Also, meddling in the affairs of the Abyss usually doesn't end well for anyone.
Барбару надо найти.
Honorary Knight! Hi, how have you been? Do you need anything today? But I should first make it clear that if you need to borrow the Holy Lyre to Hermel again, we cannot oblige. It seems she hasn't realized it's just an
Да, похоже, она еще не знает, что там
we're here to ask some questions
сломанная
about
лира.
something. Barbara, have you heard about the first field tiller? What's that? Field tiller. What does it do? Of course you wouldn't know anything about that. Okay, next question. Has the church ever lost a statue of the Seven? Huh? You're here to ask about that old story? Well, I didn't expect that. That was such a long time ago, barely anyone mentions it nowadays. A long time ago, there was indeed one statue of the Seven that disappeared one night without a trace. Nearly every member of the church joined the search for it, but it was never found. In the church's records, as you might assume, this incident has been called the Lost Statue of the Seven.
Над названием они не заморачивались.
Of course. Nothing? So do you have any other clues? Paimon means any other strange stories? Sorry, Barbara, but we can't tell you about the statue we saw just yet. Like Dane said outside, it's for your own good. Other strange stories? I'm not sure. Let me think about what other unusual incidents are in the church's records. Oh, the Tyrant's Final Fury? No, that's from another time. Probably unrelated. The Tyrant's Final Fury? Oh, this refers to a time of great danger that engulfed old Mondstadt, the place now known as Storm Terror's lair. Many, many years ago, there was a time when balls of fire would rain from the sky whenever anyone approached old Mondstadt. Balls of fire raining from the sky? How terrifying! People at that time believed it was a curse laid down by the god of storms, so they referred to it as the Tyrant's Final Fury. This strange phenomenon continued for about a year. No one was ever able to solve it. It just gradually ceased on its own.
Главный герой об этом упоминал. Хотя, может, этот метеоритный дождь не связан с прошлым главного героя. Это не обязательно связано с тираном.
Right. Later, the theory of the tyrant's final fury became less probable in the eyes of the church. Common reasoning dictates that the god of storms wouldn't shoot fireballs. Perhaps it was something else that caused the disaster. Anyway, this incident might not be related to the lost statue of the Seven, but I just can't think of any other strange incidents that might be.
It's okay. Thanks anyway.
There's that pointless word, thank you, again. I can never get used to hearing it.
Oh, Rosaria, it's you.
If you're looking for the Knights of Favonius, they're busy with those monsters again.
Those monsters?
Those monsters that tried to attack Mondstadt last time during the Storm Terror incident?
Wasn't that the Abyss Order? They're at it again?
Indeed. They're gathering in Wolvendom, causing great unrest among the wolves. Could it be that the Abyss Order is targeting the spirit of Lupus Boreas? As for what purpose, I can't say for certain. Master Jean has already headed off to Wolvendom. I must also begin to make a move myself.
Then I will go as well.
Master Jean said you should stay at the church and continue your work with the clergy.
But you're also a member of the clergy.
Не волнуйся, я тоже пойду.
Right. We'll go give Master Jean a hand.
Oh, okay. If the honorary knight will be there, then... But please, everyone, be careful. May the Animal Archon protect you all.
Длинное задание.
I see. Has the Abyss Order already launched a new operation? This could very well have something to do with the defiled statue. We should go as well.
But what is the Abyss Order going to Wolvendom for anyway? Are they looking to do the same as they did with Dvalin? Not again!
No, that's not likely. Unlike Osile, who was just suppressed, Andreas died long ago. Today, it is just his spirit that stands guard over Wolvendom. The Abyss Herald may just be targeting the spirit of Andreas in an attempt to garner some information from one of the Animo Archon's old companions.
У меня там должен быть телепорт. Кажется, телепорт не понадобится.
The Abyss Order!
Don't underestimate the enemy. Let's take them now.
There sure are a lot of enemies around here.
Да, подумай, что тут пара хильчуров было. И один маг.
The closer we get to the target, the more enemies there are. Fits the Abyss Order's style.
Нужно поскорее найти Борея.
Yeah, let's go!
I'm not going any further.
Huh?
Боится, что Борей его узнает.
Because you're afraid of fluffy animals?
Вряд ли причина в этом.
It has nothing to do with wolves. It's because Boreas was an ancient god, yet he willingly became a servant of the Seven. I cannot possibly agree with his actions. I don't desire any interaction with him. Besides, you're the one people like. I'm less likable.
Ты правда не любишь общаться с людьми?
I have no problem interacting with people, but interacting with gods, that's a different story. It's just my opinion, but a word of advice. Always be on your guard when around gods. You shouldn't place too much trust in them, but at the same time, don't go too far in the opposite direction. Don't go trying to overthrow them or hunt them down, even if the god in question is your sworn enemy.
Don't trust them and don't hunt them. That's some awkward advice. Does Dane hate the Seven, or is he protecting them?
Почему твое мнение так противоречиво?
Lest I repeat the failings of my forebears, I will tell you one final fact.
Huh? What fact?
The destruction of the nation of Canria by the gods is the reason the Abyss Order now seeks to destroy the nations watched over by the Seven. Well, enough chit-chat. We should get back to business. I will go take care of the remaining Abyss Order members in the area. Try and keep your visit with Boreas brief. Afterward, let's meet at the entrance to Wolvendom.
Up, there he goes. What a strange man.
Думаю, я могу его понять.
Yeah, that's true. You also keep your guard up against unfamiliar gods. At the rite of dissension in Liyue, your decision was very similar to what Dane would do.
Когда нет доверия, лучше отступить, чем пытаться вести переговоры.
Not the easiest situation.
Honorary Knight, Paimon, what are you two doing here?
Вот и
Oh,
Джин.
Master Jean! So glad we found you. Rosaria told us that you came here to fight the Abyss Order, so we came to help.
Then your help is greatly appreciated. The Abyss Order's sudden offensive is very strange. They have surrounded Wolvendom. I am preparing to send out some knights to fight back. I just scouted out all of Wolvendom, but I did not see you. Rosaria told me that the Abyss Order is going after Boreas. But the Abyss Order and Boreas... What is the connection between them?
They just like to cause trouble. Do they really need a reason? The Abyss Order already went after Dvalin. It's not too surprising that they would also go after another one of the Animal Archon's buddies.
That is true. Regardless, whether the reason behind the present threat is clear or not, I will handle the situation. Honorary Knight, please go and check if Lupus Boreas is in any danger. This god's spirit... He does not often see people, but I hear that you have met him before. Maybe it is best that you are also the one to meet him this time.
То есть теперь она своих людей не отправит, да? Я один пойду. Предоставь это нам.
Okay, be careful. Thank you for your help, Honorary Knight of Favonius.
Все-таки телепорт пригодился.
Look! Over there, it's Razor! And...
Поленили волк.
Harold.
Привет, брат-близнец.
You not welcome here.
So, the wolf's wretched spirit likes to raise wild pups now. You claim to be a guardian, yet your once sharp claws have clearly dulled since your days of godly glory. If you serve us, we can restore your divine powers you once held in the past. Lies. Lies.
What the heck is this ceremony? He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Oh no! Is this the same thing they did to corrupt Dvalin's mind?
Wolves never surrender. But this can't go on.
Нужно его остановить.
No matter how many times you resist us, your efforts are all in vain.
Сейчас опять, наверное, сбежит.
Bow before the abyss.
Хильчур просто по своим делам пошел. Решил не помогать вестнику.
No, my sword! Ring cutter!
Вторая стадия? Щит активировал. И, конечно, водный, который фиг собьет. Так, это какие-то новые приемы вроде. Тут бы ничего не пригодился. С его заморозкой.
Boing, boing, blazing to light! Boom! Ta-ta-ta!
Не помню, сколько раз он прыгал. В прошлый раз. 3 раза, значит, прыгает.
I taste blood.
Все атаки пропустил. Хорошо, что еда есть.
Abyss shall rise once again.
Хильчурла еще надо добить.
The ceremony was interrupted. How fortunate for you. How does an old spirit have such determined will? No matter. This is but a small unforeseen variable. Our grand scheme will not be affected.
It disappeared again!
Мы хотя бы его остановили.
Thank you. You came. Just in time.
Human Lupercal. I am ashamed that you must see me in my present state.
Может, больше не будешь на меня нападать тогда?
But still, the
Раз в
Abyss
неделю.
underestimated my strength.
Lupus Boreas never refuses trial, but scary outsider, not respect trial rules. I too didn't see the trap.
Wait, so you mean the Abyss Order had everything prepared to corrupt Lupus Boreas' mind, then lured him out under the pretense of challenging him in a trial?
Не унывай, все будет хорошо.
Thank you. In the future, my claws must get sharper. You smelled danger and came here?
No, we heard about the danger. Paimon's nose doesn't even know what danger smells like. Besides coming to help, we actually have something to ask you about too. Excuse us, Mr. Wolf God. Do you know anything about the first field tiller?
I pay no heed to the contraptions of humans. I know not what this field
Но знаешь, что культиватор — это человеческий механизм, да?
Though there was indeed one human-made machine that I can never forget. It entered into my proving ground by accident, and I mistook it for a challenger. But it could not think, only fight. It was designed as a pure killing machine from top to bottom. I eventually damaged it greatly with one of my attacks. Before it fell to the ground, it fled the proving ground.
By the sounds of it, it's possible that could have been the very first field tiller, right?
Летающий страж руин. Она могла пускать ракеты?
Missiles. I do not know this strange word. As I said, I pay no heed to the contraptions of humans. It could spin, leap high into the air, and even shoot fireballs. Although no match for a god, it was stronger than even many who wield vision.
Мне нужен лучник в команде.
Fireballs? Hey, didn't we hear this somewhere else recently as well? Anyway, this pretty much proves that the first field tiller came to Mondstadt, doesn't it? It sounds like the first one was way stronger than the mass-produced ruin guards that came after. But in this story, it was damaged at the proving ground while fighting the Wolf of the North.
Don't know, but did we help?
Yes, you were a big help. Thanks. We need to keep investigating something super important. The Abyss Herald may have left, but the Abyss's forces are still attacking. You two be careful.
Yes, I smell more danger. Bigger danger. You too, also be careful.
Well, that was some good intel. Quick, let's
Любишь же,
go down.
Пайман, пересказывать то, что ей только что рассказали.
Behold, the princess.
Dang, there you are. Did you see Master Jean?
I saw her, but purposely avoided her. As both the Lion Fang Knight and acting Grand Master, she naturally would have some reservations towards me. If I'm not careful, one day I may find myself becoming the object of one of her investigations. But back to the matter at hand. I defeated some of the Abyss forces, but wasn't able to gather any information. Did you have more success?
Путешественник рассказал Дэйну о том, что они
I
узнали.
see. Well then, we can more or less figure out where the first field tiller ended up.
Huh? Really? Just from the Lupus Boreas story?
That information combined with a more comprehensive analysis. For example, the old story you told me you heard in the cathedral.
Последний гнев тирана.
Exactly. The strange story told to you by that young sister, long mistaken to be a curse rained down by a deceased tyrant.
На самом деле, Барбара Пастер. Все возможно. Скорее всего, этими огненными шарами были ракеты.
Ah, Paimon gets it. So the tyrant's final fury was really just missiles fired from the field tiller after it ran from Wolvendom. After it was damaged in the fight with the Wolf of the North, it must have wandered into the ruins of Old Mondstadt and stayed there. Then, whenever anyone got close, pew, pew, boom! It would fire a ton of missiles at them. Until one day, it finally broke down for good, and the fireballs stopped raining from the sky. Back then, the people of Mondstadt hadn't seen many ruin guards before, so they came to interpret it
Хватит
as
разжевывать
the
очередные
tyrant's
уже
final
вещи.
fury.
It looks like we need to make a trip to Storm Terror's lair and comb the entire area.
Не нужно.
What do you mean?
Я помню.
You mean... Oh, Paimon remembers too! We saw that abandoned ruin guard sitting atop the tower when we went there before.
Нам нужен тот
Can't
страж,
forget
что там
something like that.
без сознания, в общем, выключен на башне. Я помню того стража. Его еще смотреть можно.
This is it, right? Okay then, use your elemental sight to look for the eye. Ooh, so what did you see? Huh? Nothing? Oh, but Paimon was so excited.
Глаз, наверное, вниз упал.
Fun. Are you sure you did it right?
This requires another method. Using elemental sight on a field tiller is of no use because it is not powered by the elements. Let me give it a try. And done.
Wow! It's a...
The very thing the Abyss Herald has been seeking all along. The eye of the first field tiller. All of the ruin guards today are just replicas of this machine. As the prototype, its combat capability was unrestricted.
Prototype? Oh, Paimon doesn't know that word. Is it another ancient term from Conria?
As the Abyss Order has surmised, if this eye is placed in the hands of the defiled statue, and if the limbs of Osial, Overlord of the Vortex, are attached to the statue, there you have a mechanized god. And this newly born god will have the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
Да, это все мы уже знаем. Нужно остановить уровень бездны.
Yes.
Then, what should we do with this eye?
Может, просто сломаем его? Нет. Мы оставим его под охраной церкви Фелоне.
No. I'll guard it myself.
Huh? You? Dane? You won't go and do anything crazy with it, will you?
You may doubt me if you wish, but I must ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands. No matter where we may hide it, they will find it. And as for the Church of Favonius, well, you know I don't trust them.
Oh, right.
But our work isn't done yet. To avoid any further repercussions, we must also take care of that defiled statue.
Что нам нужно сделать?
We can't have the church get involved. Let's handle it ourselves. As for what I mean by take care of it, naturally I mean to completely destroy it.
Destroy it? That's a statue of the Seven! As well as being a really important cultural relic, they're actually divine too! Well, good thing we didn't tell Barbara earlier. Otherwise she'd be going completely bonkers right now!
Do the Seven really expect me to help them look after what belongs to them? Let's go back to those ruins and destroy the inverted statue. If we are lucky, we will also run into that Abyss Herald. I'll make sure it doesn't get away this time.
Я сразу хотел уничтожить эту статую. И в таком случае нам бы не пришлось искать этот глаз. Ну, если бы мы ее сразу просто уничтожили.
So after all that running around, we end up right back here again. Look at
Тут
us.
теперь
We
шахтер
barely
есть.
escaped this place last time, and now we're strolling
Удобно.
right back in. Gee, surely we must be some of the bravest adventurers in all of Teyvat. That are the stupidest.
Раньше тут поменьше шаров
To
было.
get to that creepy statue, we just need to follow the path we used to escape last.
С какого раза я долечу? Надеюсь, со второго. Тут можно остановиться. Так, Хром, отстань. Потом обновишься. Почему здесь нельзя зацепиться? Нет, не запись. Ладно, не стоит спешить. Да, это сюжетка еще из прошлого патча. Я ее пока прохожу. Да что ж вы не цепляетесь-то здесь? Ладно, наверное, сразу вниз просто лететь и все. Плевать на сундуки, если они там даже есть. Хотя он слева сундук. Запрыгни туда как-нибудь, молю. Легко тут можно пролететь до конца, но шары мешают собрать сундуки. Привет, да. Я тоже что-то не поздоровался.
Looks like we're here. An eerie, lifeless, dark chamber. I understand the evil aura you were describing earlier.
Oh, such a scary place.
Be careful to not be overwhelmed by the power of the defiled statue. The Abyss Herald. It's here.
You sense correctly. You are just as vexatious as ever, Dainsliff, enemy of the Abyss. I sense
Я
your
по маршруту
soul
артов не бегу.
stained by
Я
terrible
сейчас играю очень редко в Genshin.
perhaps from your darkest nightmares. Unless... Huh? Oh, and something far more dangerous. You reek of a corruption familiar to me. Then we are the same. We're both dangerous. But dangers from outside of the Abyss Order must be caught and caged.
It is your words that forever reek of corruption. Time to silence you!
Поэтому у меня это задание еще не пройдено. Я уже давненько перестал, по сути, фармить. Даже ежедневное задание не выполняю. До этого хотя бы смолу тратил на крафт кристаллов, но сейчас я на это подзабил уже. Так, мне полечиться. Да, конечно, не заряженным. У Бена там.
Why do they never miss?
Еще маги.
Rain outlines your fate.
В этот раз вестник жульничает. Не один. Нападает на меня.
I summon thee!
Как же долго ешка откатывается. Усину. Еще похоже, кто-то тут кулдаун продлевает. Но откатывает назад. Навыков, наверное, вестник. Пузырь отстань.
Claws revealed by teamwork is dreamwork!
Фишель надо полечить, не успел.
Fräulein.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Как же медленно восстанавливается стамина.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Зря я ультанул. Щит-то водный.
Let's light it up. Adventure time. I'm going in.
Дружище, не выходи из круга. Ну, куда ты уходишь? В этот раз должна быть еще и третья стадия, наверное.
Adventure time.
А вот сестра
Could that be?
главного героя. Люмин.
Ether.
Главного героя, значит, зовут Итер? Я даже не знал. Наконец-то я нашел тебя.
Wait! She just blocked an attack against the Abyss Herald! Your sister and the Abyss?
Ether, why are you with Dane?
Ты спрашиваешь о Дэнни? Именно это она и делает.
Uh-huh.
Мы не виделись так давно.
Your sister knows Dane?
Lumine, we meet again.
What's going on here? Dane knows her too?
You shouldn't team up with this man. He is my enemy.
Lumine.
But it must be said. Don't try to stop me. Don't try to stop the Abyss. That man, Dainsleif, was the Twilight Sword, one of the royal guards of the final dynasty of Conria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the destruction of Conria. A curse of immortality was laid upon him to forever wander the wilderness, while he watched the people he was supposed to protect turn into monsters of the Abyss.
You're saying Dane is from Conria? The same Conria that was destroyed 500 years ago? And you said the people turned into monsters? You're trying to tell Paimon that the Abyss Order is not only related to Conria, but is actually the people of Conria themselves? And the whole thing about Dane being your enemy... Paimon's so confused.
Только бы они не начали мусолить эту тему 10 минут. Ну, потому что это было и так очевидно все. Ты можешь рассказать мне обо всем по пути домой?
Home. Yes. Of course. Home is wherever we are together. But I cannot go with you to the next world to find a new home. At least, not yet. Until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones, my war with destiny will see no end.
С небесным порядком?
Listen to me, Ether. I have already traveled through this world once. Once you reach the end of your journey as I did, you will see for yourself the true nature of this world. So we'll meet again. Though we need not rush, brother. I have more than enough time to wait for you. We have always had enough time.
А Дэйн успел.
Left. Oh, don't be too sad. We'll find them again. Look on the bright side. At least we got some really useful information.
Заставки были хорошие. Жаль, что больше их, наверное, тут не будет. Ты права, Паймон. Надежда умирает последней.
That's right. At least now, as well as the Seven, Dane is also a key part of finding your sibling too, right?
Нужно иметь это в виду, когда мы достигнем Минадзумы.
That's right. By the way, what they said just now is all pretty confusing. Did you understand it at all?
Более-менее.
Oh, well then, let's go over it again.
Путешественники и Паймон стараются вспомнить как можно больше.
First off, that Abyss Herald called your sister Princess. It seems like your sister is leading the Abyss Order. Even the Abyss Herald answers to her. Still, we don't know for sure if she's the highest ranking leader in the organization. Also, your sister said that she wants to engulf the thrones and go to war with destiny. What the heck does that mean? Could it be that she wants to destroy the Seven and the Seven Nations? Next thing, turns out the Abyss Order monsters are really what the people of Conria turned into after their nation was destroyed. This story is just plain terrifying.
And Dane is from Conria too! He witnessed its destruction 500 years ago! But he didn't turn into a monster, and now he's fighting the Abyss Order. So that's why your sister said that Dane is her enemy, right? But if the monsters of the Abyss are the same people that Dane protected all those years ago, then why is he enemies with the Abyss Order now? Also, how come after all this time we spent searching for your sister, it turns out she's on the side of the Abyss? What's up with
Все-таки
that?
Пайман решила все пересказать. Лучше бы они такие диалоги оставили для следующих квестов. Ну, следующих заданий, в следующей уже главе. Чтобы напомнить о том, что было до этого. Они пересказывали все сразу. Ну, как только события закончились. Догадки ничем не помогут.
Yeah, you're right. Then we can't let ourselves get down about it now. Our journey's not over yet. Let's get a move on. Time to leave this terrible dark place and get back to the surface where the sun shines bright. If your sister wants you to reach the end of your journey, well then, show her what you're made of. Come on, traveler, let's go.
Там где-то сундук открылся. Продолжение следует. А, он тут просто заспавнился пока. Продолжение уже есть? Видимо, нет. Наверное, основное задание в этом патче тоже добавят потом, если оно вообще будет. Можно разобраться с чайником. Чайник, полная чаша, часть первая. Угроза Лию миновала, и все вернулось на круги своя. На любующийся цветами на террасе Юцзин, мадам Пин, хочет кое-что обсудить с путешественником. Здесь как раз будет постройка дома.
I smell rabbit.
Наверное, сюда быстрее доберусь. По идее, ведь в этом патче должна быть новая сюжетная глава с Геархонтом. Странно, что она сразу недоступна.
Ah, children, come, come. You've arrived at just the right moment. I've been looking for you.
Oh, what is it, Granny? Need any help?
Oh, no. You've done so much for Lea Harbor already. I could hardly ask for more. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together to think of what sort of gift we might give you in return.
A gift? For Paimon?
Вы очень добры.
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. I simply won't allow it. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wilds. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy.
Создавать подпространство?
Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, It is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination, if you will. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace creation is the ability to create a small, autonomous pocket world. The teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that ability.
Безделушка?
So, in the eyes of an adeptus, creating a magic teapot world is just child's play, huh?
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what one might call an exercise of true power. But that's enough nostalgia for now. The gift that I have prepared for you just requires a few final materials to add the finishing touch.
Геохонт мог бы мне просто выделить участок земли, где бы я построил себе дом. Вместо этого меня хотят отправить в другое измерение, чтобы я там жил. Просто хочет избавиться от меня. Какого материала?
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. I have already found a fleet-footed youngster to prepare what I need. What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am searching for. Some of them are very rare indeed these days.
Что за материалы?
Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil from the banks of Dihua Marsh. Back in the day, it could only be found where the glazed lilies thrived most profusely. You would have to dig downward, following the roots of the glazed lilies, and if you were lucky enough, you just might find a small patch of shimmer soil there. But almost no one has been able to find shimmer soil in this manner since Dihua Marsh came to be the way it is today. Even more difficult to find is smaragdus jadeite, which must be chiseled from the rock of the chasm. Or so it used to be. Ever since the Blackcliff Forge opened for business, they've slowly but surely stripped the mines all but completely bare of it. In any case, smaragdus jadeite is an adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact, harmful to humans. Goodness knows if that child will succeed in finding these items.
А кто это малышка?
Well, since you're an adeptus, Granny, the person you asked for help, they must be an adeptus too, right?
Yes. I suppose she does count as an adeptus.
She counts? How come there are so many adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time. It feels like even when you go out to eat, you could be sitting next to an adeptus and never even know it.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yen Fei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yen Fei, I believe you already heard of the traveler and his traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui. Before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Chising. What a shame.
Янтифейт доступна в новой молитве, но выбивать я не буду. Хотя даже не знаю, какие у меня навыки. Но геохонт мне не нужен, поэтому я не буду тратить молитвы на текущий баннер. Очень жаль.
A shame that we didn't meet sooner. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less, embarrassing for you. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yenfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh,
Адвокат?
yes. Here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. Keep it handy. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I offer a very generous discount for first-time customers.
All right, Yenfei, all right. Let's get to the business at hand. I do not think these two are in any dire need of legal assistance at the moment. You'll have to excuse Yenfei. She's always been like this. Ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Ты правда адепт?
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem really different from the ones we've met before. An Adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Звучит очень...
Well, that's a bit casual for an Adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solemn contracts to protect Liyue Harbor and all that stuff? What do you mean he just went back to get married? Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any at all. The chasm's been sealed off, and there's just no way in. Couldn't secure any documentation either. Looks like the Ministry of Civil Affairs is serious about keeping it strictly locked down.
Is that so? But Smaragdus Jadeite is really rather essential. Yenfei, are you sure you can't find some other way? They have helped Liyue greatly, after all. It is only right that they are duly rewarded.
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, the chasm's definitely a no-go, but there's still a chance we can figure out some alternative means of procurement. Hold on a moment. Let me have a look. Whoa!
Откуда прилетела книжка?
Really thick book. What kind of things do you write in there? Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found him. Krusel. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. If my memory serves, all of them had to do with rare ores. He mentioned that he was considering acquiring some Smaragdus Jadeite to make hairpins, and wanted to know if there were any legal ramifications that he should be aware of. Said he was planning to sell them in Snezhnaya.
Как же она
So, I
тараторит.
guess I'll go look for him. With any luck, he'll have gotten his hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite, or might have an idea of where we can find some.
Я тоже пойду.
Oh, you want to join me? I suppose that's no problem, but it's best if you just stand by and watch. If you try to get involved, you'll only risk placing yourself in legal jeopardy. Wow, an Adeptus imploring us to avoid incurring legal liability. Well, that's a first for sure. Best we be a little more careful than usual while we're with her.
Я уж на секунду подумал, что разработчики расширили карту и сделали разлом доступным для исследования, но нет. Туда все еще не пускают. Скипать диалоги я не буду.
Hello, Mr. Crossell. How's business been?
Oh, good, very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei. What brings you here today?
You're too kind. I was simply doing my job. Now, I believe that the last time we met, you mentioned that you were looking to source some smaragdus jadeite to make hairpins. Have there been any further developments on this front?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, in the end I did acquire a small piece of smaragdus jadeite and had it fashioned into a pair of hairpins. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize, I've already rented them out to a lady named Zhi Qiao. If you'd like to inspect them, you may have to wait quite some time.
Wait, isn't smaragdus jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or lost while they're being rented out?
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhi Qiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must compensate me for its full original value. In return, I included a clause that guarantees the smaragdus jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhi Qiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Контракт с четко обозначенной ценой.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of the contract.
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhi Qiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at the hairpins.
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Crossell. We'll be off now.
Посмотрим, не соврала ли она насчет своего адреса. Как тут подняться?
The key here is consumer psychology.
You want dishes?
Кажется, она потеряла шпильку.
Oh, whatever shall I do?
Прошу прощения, вы госпожа Зhi Qiao.
Yes, that's me. Is there something I can help you with?
How do you do, Miss Zhi Qiao? We understand from Mr. Crossell that you recently rented a pair of hairpins from him. My associates and I are very interested in them. Would you mind letting us take a look at them?
The hairpins. I can't lend them to you right now. I've lost them. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even worn them yet. I spent so much money on them. If I have to pay their original value,
Зачем вам шпильки на
there's no way I
прокат?
could come up with that amount of money on such short notice. My family is in the ore business too, but business has been suffering ever since the chasm was sealed off. We now have a backlog of paid-up orders just sitting around, so we've been having to purchase some stock from other ore merchants to complete them. A big banquet is coming up in a few days, and several ore merchants I know of will be there. I need this opportunity to mingle and discuss prices. That's what the hairpins were for, to keep up appearances. I can't have them looking down on me. But now that I've lost the hairpins, what will I do?
Why does Paimon have a sudden strong sense of deja vu?
Здесь обычно говорю, я помогу тебе.
Would you really? I sent a commission to the Adventurers Guild, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Hold on. Don't run off looking for the hairpins just yet. Miss Zhi Qiao, would you let me have a look at the rental contract
Тягуется,
you
наверное,
signed?
мошенник.
Huh? Well, I mean, sure, I have it right here. Here you are.
Let me see. That's right! Yanfei said she's a legal advisor, didn't she? Maybe she can help Zhi Qiao somehow.
Это нечестно по отношению к Рослю.
True. Though surely there must be a win-win solution.
Right. I finished reading the contract. The terms are very clear, and they do indeed stipulate that you must pay Mr. Crossel the original value of the hairpins as compensation for the loss. Furthermore, the contract also expressly states that the amount of compensation must take current market prices into account. And given the rarity of Smaragdus Jadeite, I fear that the final amount of compensation may end up being significantly higher as a result.
Even higher? Oh no.
Uh-oh. Juchao looks like she's about to faint.
However, all of this is assuming that it is indeed genuine Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid into the hairpins.
Did you really have to pause before saying that part? Anyway, the hairpins are lost, so how exactly would we be able to find out if the jadeite is genuine or not? Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found the hairpins, there'd no longer be any need to check whether the jadeite is genuine, would there?
Seems right.
Please. Don't trouble yourselves over this. The fact is, I lost the item, and I should pay compensation per the contract.
Но это очень много денег. Они хотят, чтобы она просто кинула торговца, что ли?
However much it is, I will have to pay it. My family are merchants, after all. It's vital that we keep our word and respect our contracts. Now that it's come to this, I really shouldn't keep Crossel in the dark any longer. I'll go and inform him of the issue, and then negotiate the amount of compensation.
Yes, legally speaking, it seems this is the most sensible course of action. But before that, I have some questions about the hairpins. So hold on a moment, Mr. Chow. When you first touched the hairpins, what did you feel?
What did I feel? Well, I remember that the gemstones set into the pins were perfectly smooth to the touch, like the finest quality jade. My family has seen much jade pass through its hands in the past, so I am quite certain of my judgment in this matter.
Smooth to the touch, finest quality jade.
Что такое?
No, it's nothing. I just need to re-examine a few things. Let's head over to Mr. Crossel's.
Может, камень должен быть слегка шершавым? Так, не тот торговец.
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've returned. With Miss Jiqiao in tow, too, I see. How are the hairpins? I trust you're quite satisfied with them?
About that.
You lost them? Are you serious? Do you have any idea how expensive they were?
I'm sorry. Truly I am. I'll pay the compensation as per our contract. Every last mora.
Mora? Do you have any idea what I had to go through to get my hands on that Smaragdus Jadeite? I just don't... Forget it. Talking won't bring them back. Since Miss Yanfei is here, I suppose we can just have her estimate the amount that needs to be paid.
No problem. But before I can give an official estimate, I'll need to do a little market research. Ah, yes, and if I may just confirm again, it was in fact genuine Smaragdus Jadeite inlaid into the hairpins, correct?
Of course! Genuine article guaranteed, or I pay back 10 times the value.
All right, understood. I'll conduct some market research, and once I'm back, I'll provide an official assessment of the sum owed by Mr. Chow in compensation. Please wait here, Mr. Crossel.
Просто тянет время.
How could she lose my hairpins? She'd better pay every last mora that they're worth.
Looks like I'll have to find some way to raise that money.
Please wait, Mr. Chow. I have something to discuss with you. It's not convenient to speak here, so let's find somewhere that we can sit and talk in more detail.
Miss Yunfei, what is this about? Are you here to tell me how much I owe?
No. What I wanted to talk about is, there is a chance that the Orin laid on those hairpins may not be Smaragdus Jadeite after all.
Не изумрудный нефрит?
What do you mean? Are you implying that you already sneaked off and found them? Obviously not. I'm no adventurer, let alone a member of the guild. I don't run thankless, time-consuming errands for a living. Let's just say I made some deductions. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus Jadeite is found deep underground and contains very concentrated elemental energy. If mere mortals come into contact with it, well, they'll be sick in the best case. And in the worst case, they could even experience a dramatic change of personality. It most certainly would not be smooth to the touch. Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel unwell while the hairpins were in your possession?
No, not at all. I felt perfectly fine the whole time. Not even the slightest bit unwell. I didn't feel anything special at all, in fact.
Now that is strange. I noticed earlier that there were elemental traces in Mr. Crossel's vicinity. If I've deduced correctly, he may still have the Smaragdus Jadeite in his possession. If that's the case, we should go confront him right now and expose his dirty scam right to his face! Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way he would admit to it. Eventually, he would find some argument to compel us to leave. And then, he'd throw the Smaragdus Jadeite into the sea the moment we were gone. After that, he would simply insist that Mr. Chow pay up per the contract. He would lose nothing. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and praying that the hairpins do actually still exist somewhere in this world.
Все-таки он мошенник. Какое подробное описание.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might be experience talking. Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of situations like this, and brute force methods are certainly one way of resolving them. Fortunately, I have far more elegant solutions at my disposal. I'll share them with you in due course.
Well then, since you're so experienced in dealing with problems like this, perhaps you could help me, Miss Yunfei.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first, Mr. Chow, can I ask you to please sign this contract? Huh? Does there have to be a contract for everything? Paimon can't even keep track.
Слово «контракт» звучало столько раз.
It feels like Yanfei is even more concerned with them than a certain someone else we know. These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything prior to now has just been pro bono advice. But for me to investigate any further, I require a written contract. Any work commissioned but not bound by a contract cannot be relied upon.
I understand. Then I will be glad to place this matter into your capable hands if you will take it, Miss Yunfei.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. Okay. Now write your address here, and then sign on this page as well. And
Paimon
I'll
в
also
шоке.
need your signatures on pages 5, 7, and on the very last page. Finally, if you could just use this ink pad to make a handprint over here. This contract has so many pages. Paimon's all out of brain juice again.
Выглядит довольно сложно.
Alright, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written in the contract. Have a look through and let me know if you have any questions.
I've had a read through. Everything checks out.
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy.
Нужна моя помощь?
Not for now, no. Despite how intractable this problem might sound, it will actually be quite straightforward to resolve, once we've got some things squared away. I don't believe you have been part of an investigation like this before, in which case, hopefully this should be quite the experience.
Miss Yunfei, I have to ask, why are you helping me?
Because, as it happens, I'm currently trying to acquire some Smaragdus Jadeite myself. I noticed strong traces of geo-energy around Mr. Crossel, so perhaps he has, in fact, secured some. Whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry or not is a separate matter, but either way, it's a lead. As long as we follow it, who knows? We might just be able to get our hands on some Smaragdus Jadeite. Also, the idea of someone abusing the law to their advantage, I won't stand for it. But again, let's not dwell on this. Let's go to... Where can we find someone who processes ore? Ah, I've got it! Let's pay a visit to Chateau, the boss of the Jade Mystery. He's a professional when it comes to working with stone and ore. If Mr. Crossell had his ore worked on at all, Chateau would undoubtedly have been his first choice.
Can't believe
Oh there.
Как удобно. Нужный нам мужик тут недалеко.
Precious curios.
What should I try this time?
Why, hello there, honored customers. Welcome to... Oh! It's you, Miss Yenfei. Is something the matter? Surely not more spurious claims that my jade betting is rigged and no one can ever win? Oh, I swear on all that is sacred.
No, nothing of the sort. Has a Snezhnine merchant named Crossell enlisted your ore processing services recently by any chance?
A Snezhnine merchant named Crossell, you say? I do remember that. He brought me a piece of ore, claiming that it was Smaragdus jadeite. That was the first time I'd ever encountered it, so I had no way of telling if it was really Smaragdus jadeite or not. But if a customer insists, far be it from me to contradict them.
И он называет
He was
себя
quite
экспертом в
generous with his
нефрите.
money, too, so I didn't give it too much thought. I processed the ore as per his request.
Do you have any leftover debris from your work on it?
Why, yes. It was my first time encountering this ore, after all, so I kept a few loose shavings to study myself later. They're right over there, in fact.
Thank you, sir. We'll take a look at them.
Should I try this time?
Там далеко не один кусочек.
Honey, just call me daddy.
If my eyes don't deceive me, the cross sections and patterning suggest that these are Smaragdus nephrite shavings.
Зеленый нефрит.
Yes, it's not particularly rare, nor is it especially valuable. It's used to make jewelry all the time. I've heard it said that Smaragdus nephrite is in fact the outer layer of Smaragdus jadeite, though no one's ever proven it.
A thin layer of separation, huh? If you must see for yourself, try examining these shavings for traces of elemental energy. Smaragdus nephrite is an entirely ordinary ore, containing no elemental energy whatsoever. Is that so? Well, we might as well give elemental sight a shot. So, did you find anything?
Привет, Killsfire. Я не вижу здесь элементального отпечатка.
So they really are different. But wait, how come Jichao was able to tell what it was just by looking at the shards? That's pretty awesome.
There's nothing special to it. It just so happens that I've come across a great many of these in my time.
А почему Шито не смог их отличить?
These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep understanding of them would find it very difficult to tell them apart. There may be only a subtle difference for the casual viewer, but that translates to an astronomical difference in terms of the market price. And, I'm sure, a significant difference in the cost of having them carved into shape.
All right, let's focus up. We're going off on a tangent.
But, never mind, Shirto. Why would Mr. Crossell...
Unusual actions have unusual
Она
reasons
настолько
behind them.
наивная.
Let's take some of these shavings back to Chateau.
I just like to make people smile.
Try your luck betting on Jade?
Miss Yenfei? Might I be so bold as to inquire,
If you could just confirm for me once more, sir. Mr. Crossell did indeed claim that the ore he brought to your store was in fact Smaragdus jadeite, did he not?
Yes, that's right. I still have a record of the job with me, in fact. Here. It says quite clearly, 1 chunk Smaragdus jadeite, uncut.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and these stone shavings?
Of course. But might I ask why you need them?
Oh, I have my reasons. Ah, yes. Please sign here on this affidavit. This document shall serve as signed proof that these stone shavings originated from the, ore that Mr. Crossell brought to your store. Please read it carefully.
Yes, I see. Forgive me for asking again, Miss Yanfei, but might I know the nature of the incident on this occasion?
I wouldn't say there's been an incident, just a minor issue. Thank you, sir. I'll take these with me. With this hard evidence to back us up, Crossell won't dare try to deny what he did! On the contrary, this is far from sufficient to build a case. We need to find something a little more compelling. If you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry. Nope. Aha! Got it! Sinxie. She often helps people to find a jewelsmith. Let's go pay her a visit. Well, that was quick. How come you know so many people? Because lots of people come to me for legal advice every day. As you know, Liyue Harbor is the city of contracts. And contracts, well, I should say laws, are very important to us. But the amendments made by the Tianquan to our laws are unnecessarily complicated. How can I put this? It just seems like they're hard to understand and impossible to finish. As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed. So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that it's hard to understand and impossible to finish? Yes, well, that's no obstacle because I've memorized all the legal codices. You memorized them? You sound surprised. Knowing the law inside out is a legal advisor's bread and butter, you know?
Это все способности адептов.
Oh, this has nothing to do with being an adeptus. I just like reading things. Again, with that casual tone. Well, that's that then. Let's go look for Sinxie.
А если мошенник на самом деле этот мужик, а не торговец? Вдруг он подменил нефрит?
Should I try this time?
Try your luck betting on Jade?
It's so vibrant.
Thank you.
Oh, Miss Yanfei, it's you. Has something happened? Did the client from last time,
Have no further trouble from then on? Yes, of course. I'm just here to ask you a few questions. Has a merchant by the name of Crossell asked you to put him in contact with a jewelsmith recently?
Crossell? Yes, I remember him. He's a merchant from Snezhnaya, no? Yeah, he came to me with a chunk of something he called Smaragdus Jadeite. The design of the hairpins that he gave me was quite intricate, so it took me some work to find someone who was up to the job. Eventually, I found an older jewelsmith who made them exactly according to his specifications. This order was on hold for a very long time, and only completed quite recently, which is why I remember it so well.
Doesn't seem like there's any evidence to be found here. Miss Sinxie, I'd like for you to confirm for me once more. When Mr. Crossell commissioned you to find him a jewelsmith, did he or did he not assert that the material he presented to you that day was called Smaragdus Jadeite?
Yes, I'm sure of it. The hairpins were made using many expensive materials, and the asking price was quite high, so we had to put this transaction on record with the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Mr. Crossell wasn't very familiar with the necessary procedures, so I filed it on his behalf. I also kept a copy for my own records. See for yourself, the item is called Smaragdus Jadeite Twin Phoenix Pins. The inlaid gemstone is recorded as Smaragdus Jadeite. The document even has the official seal of the ministry on it.
Thank you, Sinxie. Now, could you let me borrow this document?
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose here anyway. I take it then that there's been some more trouble?
Nothing you need to worry about, just a minor issue. I'll return your document as soon as I'm done with it. Thanks again. Why is everyone's first reaction always to assume someone or something is in trouble?
Возможно, это и есть суть работы консультанта по юридическим вопросам.
I believe we have almost all the evidence we need. We just need to make one last trip. Let's go to Boo Boo Pharmacy to speak with Dr. Baiju.
Байджу?
The weirdo with the snake around his neck? What do you want to speak to him for?
Because only he can provide an authoritative statement confirming that Smaragdus Jadeite is harmful to the human body. Once we have this final piece of evidence in our hands, we can wrap this case up.
В этот раз придется пробежаться. Ну, пока что торговец может легко все свалить на мужика, что обрабатывал нефрит. А ты кто такой?
Please, show me
А
your
точно, он был в одном из квестов. Вроде появлялся буквально на один короткий эпизод. Оценка профиля. Ты имеешь в виду оценить твоих персонажей, артефакты и так далее? Я сам особо не играю сейчас. Поэтому ничего не смогу особо сказать.
My, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Да и вообще артефакт особо не фармился. Тут и так все проходит спокойно. Не вижу в этом смысла.
And if it isn't Miss Yenfei as well? Now that's an even rarer honor. What business brings you here, might I inquire? Some charlatans peddling ineffectual medicines again, no doubt?
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with Smaragdus Jadeite.
Smaragdus Jadeite? Why, yes, there is some information about it included in the 6th commentary on the 7 Mountain Treatises. The 7 Mountain Treatises states that this substance springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains, and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. It is abundant in elemental energy, so if someone without a vision is in contact with it for a prolonged period, best case scenario, they fall ill. Worst case scenario, they'll suffer great changes in personality, and their illness will only ever get worse. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yenfei, and given the specific nature of your question, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus Jadeite?
That is indeed the case. If you would be so kind, Dr. Baiju.
No trouble at all. It's just a single document, won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus Jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to ask me about it not long ago. But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yenfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
Ah, you needn't concern yourself about that, Dr. Baiju. Thank you for penning us that document. I'll make sure to compensate you in due course.
You're too kind. Take care now.
That Baiju guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Очень плохо помню
Dr.
квест
Baiju's always been
с
like
этим
that.
мужиком,
Well,
со
we
змеей.
have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossel.
Где он в первой был?
Miss Yanfei, have you finished your investigation? I trust you will now be in a position to assess the compensation due.
Yes, my investigation is indeed concluded. I can now provide a final figure for the amount payable.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the stipulations of the contract, Mr. Crossel, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all.
According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be smaragdus jadeite that was inlaid within the smaragdus jadeite twin phoenix pins that you rented out to Mr. Chow was, in fact, smaragdus nephrite. Now, the contract states very clearly that 10 times the price shall be paid should the article not be genuine. Accordingly, you are liable for this sum, which is payable to Mr. Chow in Mora.
Material evidence? What material evidence? Why, Miss Yanfei, you cannot frame me like this. I spent a huge sum to obtain that smaragdus jadeite, and yet you claim that the ore inlaid on the hairpins is somehow fake? I demand to see your evidence.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment of whether it is genuine.
Странное у него выражение
Traveler,
лица.
please produce the evidence in question.
Да, это задание начальника. Если торговец более-менее умный, спокойно переведет стрелки на мужика, что обрабатывал камень. Того ведь уже даже обвиняли в мошенничестве, судя по всему. И по идее все доказательства изначально строятся на том, что тот мужик говорит правду. И дал на самом деле камни, которые он принес этот торговец. Показать доказательства из загадки нефрита.
This is a processing record from the Jade Mystery, along with stone samples and an affidavit signed by the business owner, Chateau.
Seriously? Even the boss there couldn't differentiate between smaragdus jadeite and smaragdus nephrite. How does this prove anything? In any case, smaragdus nephrite is the outer layer of smaragdus jadeite. So I had him cut away the nephrite, he returned the valuable jadeite core to me, and some nephrite samples remain in the store. What am I missing exactly?
That's an unsubstantiated belief.
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence, aren't we?
Ugh. Looks like our first piece of evidence didn't convince him at all. Seems like he came prepared. What should we do next? Hard evidence, something legally binding. We have just the thing. Show him, traveler.
Доказательства из хижины Бубу. Эти хоть более-менее могут доказать. То, что подделка была.
Oh, come on. I meant the backup copy of the document from the Ministry of Civil Affairs. The one we got from Xingxi of Mingxing Jewelry.
Ладно, пойдем по порядку.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all. It shows that the ore inlaid on the pins is indeed smaragdus jadeite.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either. And this guy's getting more belligerent by the second. You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpins are the real deal after all.
Of course I'm right. All the evidence shown supports my story.
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't revealed yet. Traveler, would you do the honors? This shall serve as decisive proof of our case.
What's this?
Smaragdus jadeite springs forth from stone marrow within the mountains and will bring disaster to any mere mortals who touch it. Sustained contact with smaragdus jadeite over a prolonged period will, in less serious cases, cause a mild malady, while in serious cases, the patient may suffer a dramatic change of personality and fall seriously ill. Mr. Crossell, were you aware of these peculiar properties of smaragdus jadeite?
I had no idea.
No idea, you say? I'd guessed as much. But for you to have rented out such a dangerous item, I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work, but within that of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be relatively lenient considering that, as you say, you were ignorant of the danger you posed. Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I will make sure that all the evidence presented here will be handed over to the Ministry. I trust that you'll give them your full cooperation in their investigations.
What? Wait! I knew.
Oh, so you knew? Oh, dear Mr. Crossell. But if you knew of smaragdus jadeite's dangerous properties beforehand, why would you...
Huh? No, The hairpins aren't actually
inlaid with genuine smaragdus jadeite? Is that what you were about to say? You do understand, Mr. Crossell, that this means that you will have to pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora? Mr. Crossell,
Your answer, please. My client and I are waiting. Yep, he's seriously intimidating right now. It's like she's a different person.
Так, вот что значит консультант по юридическим вопросам.
I admit it. I confess. The ore I had inlaid on those hairpins was Smaragdus nephrite. But I'm a victim in all of this too. I invested a great deal of time and money into acquiring that small amount of Smaragdus jadeite, in the hopes of turning it into a piece of jewelry that would fetch a fine price. But after receiving it and carrying it around for a few days, I started to feel extreme discomfort. I couldn't sleep a wink or eat a single bite. I was in a constant state of agitation, too. I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get myself checked out, only to discover that this sort of stone cannot be worn as jewelry. But how could I let all that money go to waste? That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus nephrite, which is almost indistinguishable from Smaragdus jadeite. I kept the real Smaragdus jadeite in a specially made box. I daren't touch it again. I was worried that someone would see through it, which is why I only dared to rent them out, not sell them. And then to top it all off, Zhiqiao lost the hairpins after I rented them out to her.
Я сам навряд ли буду особо заморачиваться с постройкой дома. Но хочется посмотреть, по крайней мере, как там все реализовано, что можно сделать. Да там поди надо фармить что-нибудь неделями, чтобы строить себе дом нормальный. Почему тогда вы хотели, чтобы госпожа Зжицяо выплатила такую большую компенсацию?
Exactly. If they weren't the real deal, why'd you make her pay so much?
I didn't want to either, but when I purchased that Smaragdus jadeite, some of my business partners found out. I knew they'd be watching closely to see how much I could make off it. If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
Alright, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original price in Mora, and that is final.
10 times?
Crosel looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow, 20% of that sum will go to me.
20%? That's as much as I spent on that Smaragdus jadeite.
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that much, Mora. Even if the Smaragdus jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still bear responsibility for losing them. Legally or not, I think I owe some compensation for that.
Ms. Zhiqiao, you...
However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead? I'll consider us even.
What? But all right then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yunfei, I'll turn this Smaragdus jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that's not quite how the rules say this should go. But whatever, it'll do.
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yunfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more appropriately.
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no further claims against you.
Is that so? That's good. That's good.
Actually, Mr. Crossell, I'd like to talk business for a second, if I may. I could see from the hairpins you produce that you're very skilled in jewelry design. My family, on the other hand, works in the ore business, and we have a fair stock of fine ores. If we could join forces, your jewelry designs and our choice ores, I think we could do some fine business between us.
Let me think for a moment.
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus jadeite that Granny wants too. All's well that ends well, eh?
Exactly. Usually when someone tells us they've lost something, we end up searching all over the place for it. But this time, you managed to solve the problem with just a big stack of documents. Even though the solution didn't involve actually finding the hairpins.
The right solution depends on your perspective on the problem. The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to reduce her liability to pay compensation. So, rather than looking high and low for some hairpins, proving that the rented item was nowhere near worth what the vendor had claimed it to be was the more efficient solution.
Никогда не встречал таких адептов. Диахонт, наверное, бы так же поступил, как она.
An Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by humans. The title of Adeptus means precious little to me compared to my job as a legal advisor. In any case, don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs legal consultancy far more than it needs adeptal powers?
Paimon can think of someone who would definitely disagree with your reasoning.
Это нельзя объяснить обычной рациональностью.
Well, since we got what we came for, it's time to pay Granny a visit. I bet she's been on tenterhooks for a while now.
Сейчас, видимо, меня засунут в чайник. Лучше бы они все-таки сделали по небольшому участку земли в каждом регионе, где можно было построить свой дом, нежели делать отдельный остров. Хотя тут, может, дело в технических ограничениях. Ну, так просто проще сделать.
You've returned.
Бездну, я 2 этажа так подфармливаю, и то не каждые 2 недели уже. А так я только последний этаж не проходил вроде. Ну, уже к тому моменту подзабил на фарм. В общем, когда я добрался до фарма артефактов нормальных, мне это уже стало особо неинтересно. Я после этого спокойно героев только прокачал. Да, все благодаря Яньфэй.
Good, good. Then we have all the materials we need.
Well, if we're all set, Granny, I'll get going now. Got a ton of clients waiting for me back at the office.
Oh, you. All right then. Go see to your business. Granny should be able to handle the rest.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh yes, Traveler. Make sure you don't lose the business card I gave you. I've been looking into the laws of other nations as well. If you should ever bump into any trouble with the law, come find me directly. Regulars get discounts too.
Come now, child. Are you leaving or are you not? If you have no wish to leave, perhaps you'd like to help me clean my teapot, hmm?
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
Сбежал.
That child. Goodness knows where she learned to be so rambunctious. Her father was hardly so riotous or fond of talking nonsense back in the day when he stood beside Rex Lapis.
Поистине уникальный адепт.
Indeed she is. Liyue has changed, and the Adepti must also learn to change. Yanfei might be overly garrulous, but she is also the most intimately acquainted with the city among us all. Liyue is not the same place I once knew.
Бабушка.
All right then. Let us speak of this no more. Back on topic. I believe that I still owe you a little gift.
Oh, Paimon's so excited! How is it made?
Это долго?
It is but a single teapot. It shan't take long at all. Just wait here for a moment.
Мадам Пин начала делать подарок.
There we go. This Serenity pot is all yours now. Hold it firmly. If you were to drop it, oh goodness, who knows what might happen. Take these blueprints with you as well. You'll need them if you wish to make your teapot a little more lively inside.
Спасибо.
Wait a minute, Granny. How exactly are we supposed to use this teapot?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I've already arranged for a
Это еще не
certain
все.
little helper to await you within this teapot. She will explain everything you need to know about it.
Peaceful neighborhood.
Чайник безмятежности. В этом чайнике, окрещенном чайник безмятежности, что ж эти тексты так быстро исчезают? Продолжение внутри чайника. Его еще нужно размещать.
This is a peaceful.
3 разных острова есть. Даже не знаю, какой выбрать. Пусть будет летающий. Плавучий обитель.
Wow! This teapot seems even bigger inside than Madame Ping's! There's even a
То есть дом сразу есть.
too! Huh. But there's just a whole load of nothing around it.
Пайман, накали камни и построй дом. Может, накали древесины хотя бы, а не камней уж.
I can't do that! Well, you're the one with the sword anyway, you do it! Still, why is it so empty here apart from that house?
Там вон какой-то пингвин левитирует. Наверное, все 3 основы можно выбрать. Ну и 3 дома можно построить.
Wow, it seems that we have a visitor.
Ладно, это не пингвин, но все равно какая-то птица.
It's a huge finch!
Зяблик.
Excuse me, I am not a finch. I am a teapot spirit, and you may call me... hang on a moment. What am I supposed to be called again? Oh, call me. I suppose you may call me Tubby.
Блин, он так сделан, что непонятно, это капюшон какой-то или часть его тела. Ну, клюв слишком сильно вперед выставлен. Действительно пухленький.
So you're the little helper Madame Ping mentioned?
Madam Ping? Oh, you must mean Ping. Yes, she did summon me here. She told me much about you. You may leave all matters regarding the upkeep of this realm to me. Your journey may be far from over, but at least this way you will not want for a comfortable place to sleep each night.
Ну, вблизи она не так сильно похожа на пингвина, как издали. А что значит дух чайника?
Though it is the Adepti who create realms such as this, they generally do not have the time of day to attend to the banal matter of their maintenance. Thus, we teapot spirits were created to help guard their realms and manage their affairs. You may consider me a butler, if you will. Now, allow me to explain this realm to you. Have you any blueprints on you? Specifically, blueprints with beautiful rooms, chairs, and the like. As long as you have a blueprint, you can refashion this realm however you please.
Blueprints? Oh, that's right! Granny handed us some when she gave us the teapot, didn't she? Let's take them out and have a look.
И где чертежи?
Yes, these are the blueprints I'm talking about. Go on, open them up. Just commit the image of the objects to memory and prepare the necessary materials.
Then simply release the thought from your mind and the object in the blueprint shall appear within this teapot.
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city inside, couldn't we?
I doubt it. A golden-eyed adeptus explained this to me at some point in the past. He said that even though subspace creation is a product of adeptal power, even that has its limits. This world is not a true one, after all. It provides merely a moment of brief respite from the mortal realm, not a means of escaping it entirely.
A golden-eyed adeptus? Paimon wonders who could that be?
I hardly remember myself. What's more, I have never seen that adeptus again since.
Странное чувство.
Well, let's not dwell on that. Have a look around. Best you get accustomed to this realm. If there's anything you would like to ask, just look for me.
Привет. Не припомню, чтобы кто-то горлаписом торговал. Хотя, может, у кого-нибудь можно немного купить. Я даже не помню, где его на карте искать. Чтобы выйти в чайник безмятежности, путешественники могут применить и призвать его, а затем взаимодействовать с появившимся чайником. Эту часть обучения надо было раньше сделать. Чтобы выйти из чайника безмятежности, путешественники могут применить и призвать его, затем взаимодействовать с чайником. Путешественники также могут открыть меню карты и переместиться на любую точку телепортации, чтобы тут же покинуть чайник безмятежности. Поговорите с духом чайника внутри чайника, чтобы узнать больше о чайнике. Вы можете создавать различные предметы в меню создания. Как это меню открыть? Материалы для создания предметов можно собирать по всему миру. То есть теперь деревья надо рубить, да? Используйте функцию расстановки, чтобы разместить полученную мебель. Расставьте мебель, чтобы увеличить силу адептов чайника безмятежности. Скорость накопления сокровища обители увеличивается вместе с уровнем силы адептов. То есть тут какие-то ресурсы, да, копятся со временем? Он, видимо, просто мора. Или это монетки нужны для крафта мебели? Да, это монетки, которые здесь нужны для крафта. Покупайте различные предметы в сокровищнице за сокровища обители. Время от времени ваша обитель будет посещать бродячий дух. Есть шанс, что он привезет с собой редкие сокровища. Еще какая-то птица. Это в горшке путешествует. Получив чертеж комплекта мебели, вы можете сразу расставить весь комплект, однако вы все еще сможете настроить каждую отдельную мебель. Понятно, стулья можно расставить. Так, ловца вроде не видно тут. Кстати, дом везде одинаковый, да? На всех островах. Или он все-таки разный бывает? Похоже, еще туда можно пройти. Ну-ка, карта. А, нет. Хотя... Тут какие-то острова все-таки нарисованы на карте. Ну да, до сюда можно добраться. Тут еще какие-то далекие или еженедельные задания. А, это, наверное, как книга с одноразовыми квестами. Войти в дом, изготовить краску. Добудьте 3 типа древесины. Еще разные типы древесины есть. Посмотрите меню расстановки, сохраните расстановку. Изготовьте краску, ткань, 3 чертежа мебели, 3 мебели, 100 сокровищ, уровень доверия. Это, наверное, скаголов. Как в книге прокачки. Чертеж комплекта мебели. 3 чертежа. Что еще? И просто видим мебель. Кот. Зеленоглазый кошек. Кот от мебель. Путешественники, во время использования чайника безмятежности просим вас следовать пользовательскому соглашению и соглашению обслуживания Михаила. Для обеспечения здоровья и позитивной игровой среды, пожалуйста, прочтите и подтвердите, что вы не станете инициатором или участником, бла-бла-бла, в общем. Ничего провокационного нельзя строить. У меня только эта кофейня есть. Как я повернуть? Только на 90 градусов можно. А, камеру можно развернуть хотя бы? Как-нибудь. Должен быть способ повернуть камеру. А. Лавка кузнеца. Может, кузнеца можно будет пригласить к нам на остров? Я даже не знаю, куда ее впихнуть. Ну-ка. Если удерживать. Нет. И, кстати, эта фигня не ставится параллельно дому. Да, под углом немного. Идет. Прикольно, трава исчезает за постройкой. Потом вырастает опять. Пусть день тут стоит. Ландшафт. Видимо, тут нужно сначала чертежи получить. Главное здание. Оно уже установлено. И тут можно ковать. При том, что кузнеца нет. Могли бы сделать какую-нибудь птичку кузнеца. Двери сами открываются. И тут, наверное, две комнаты, да? А, нет, с этой стороны нет. Почему-то. Сюда вообще не пускает. Может, надо как-то расширить дом, чтобы эти двери открылись. Получается всего лишь 3 комнаты и балкон на 2-м этаже. Деревья. Длинный стол со скамейкой, видимо. Что значит текущая? То есть я еще одну такую дверь не могу поставить? Этаж можно сменить? Южная внутренняя комната. Так все-таки эти двери что не можно открыть или нет? Странно. Есть еще какие-то отдельные комнаты. Пусть стоит тут из стены. Больше нифига у меня нет. Понятно, чертежи нужно открывать. Фонарь. Хоть ковер смогу постелить. Не собрано. То есть не все вещи из комплекта, что ли, есть? Что это вообще значит? А как отдельные части поставить? 4 стула нужно, 1 стол и 1 тройной канделябр. Так, а где-то все-таки крафтить-то? Тут просто задание на F7. Может, такой дух надо подойти?
Maybe you're not used to the place at the moment, but once you've materialized enough rooms and furniture through subspace creation, it will feel just like home.
Уровень доверия. Награды уровней. Примагим можно получить. Расходный предмет. Флакон скорости адепта. Бутылочка силы адептов позволяет мгновенно изготовить 1 предмет мебели. Понятно, ускорение крафта. Арочный дом можно построить. Но, наверное, просто заменит стандартный этот. Хотя не факт. Лимит хранимых сокровищ обитель увеличен до 300. Открыта внешняя область, первая. Максимальное количество мебели в очереди увеличено до 1. Количество доступных форм обители увеличено до 1. Количество типов товаров бродячего духа в вашей обители увеличено до 4. Где-то дух вообще?
Maybe.
Форму можно поменять, но, наверное, все постройки просто перенесутся сюда. Повысить уровень доверия, чтобы разблокировать. Понятно. Отношения нужно с духом прокачивать, чтобы дополнительные острова открыть. Ну и там все-таки, наверное, все заново нужно отстраивать будет.
Maybe you're.
Древесина, полученная из песчаного дерева, обладает исключительной прочностью, устойчива к ветру и даже деревья отличается длительным сроком службы. А где мне добывать ткань? Дерево, допустим, с деревьев. Красный краситель. Его, наверное, из каких-то растений можно забодяжить, но тоже как. А вот ткань. Из шелковицы делается. Эти вещи сразу мгновенно изготавливаются. Это ведь мета, да? У меня 2000 мет. Теперь хоть есть на что ее тратить. Можно все покрасить в синий цвет. Первый сбор готовой мебели также даст 60, видимо, от этой репутации. Духов.
Maybe.
Сокровищница смола есть. Переходная смола. Раньше она вроде как-то по-другому называлась, нет? Для нее 6 уровень нужен. Доверие. В общем, тут нужно крафтить и крафтить, чтобы добраться хотя бы до смолы. И она 1200 стоит. Не знаю, сколько времени нужно будет копить столько этих монеток. Священная эссенция. 10 тысяч очков опыта артефактов. Неплохо. Сила артефактов происходит из амбиций и воспоминаний их первоначальных владельцев. 8 уровень нужен. Кстати, тоже не дешевое удовольствие. Масло 2500. Могли бы сделать хотя бы какую-то скидку на эту эссенцию. Ну, свеча на масло 90 стоит. Это 360. Ну, как раз в 4 раза дороже и в 4 раза больше дает опыта. И смысл более дорогую покупать эссенцию. Тут ценник надо понизить. Или здесь надо поднять. Мебель сразу доступна. Ну, тут всякие камни до деревья. Все по 80, кроме винтаря. У меня 0 монет. Могли бы дать хотя бы 80. Сразу. Полки, мешки, скамейки, арочные стены, люстры, столы. Мебель вроде на первый взгляд такая простенькая. И почти вся из дерева. О, мягкий диван для гостиной. Вот это уже неплохо. А вот где мебель премиум класса. Главные ворота из березы. Из березы. Резная мебель. Каменные стены. А, и, кстати, это чертежи. То есть, после покупки нужно будет еще скрафтить эти наборы. Ну, эти вещи. Навряд ли сразу дадут хотя бы один пробник. Стулья для набора как раз. Привет, Диметрис. Пару камней дали. Их, наверное, тоже надо использовать. Лучше бы чертежи сразу изучались. И все. Это их еще прокликивать надо. В рюкзаке. Ну-ка, рассказывай о себе.
When breaking new ground, laying foundations, and furnishing a home, it is best to select an auspicious day for the work at hand. I'll teach you more about this another day. There are many methods by which one might tell if a certain day bodes well or ill.
Интересно, если поставить здесь дерево, можно с него получить древесину? Не отходя от кассы. Мне вроде ведь дали какое-то деревце. Так, это можно нормально поворачивать. Может, и это здание можно было повернуть. Да, я вроде не пробовал зажать левую кнопку мыши. Так, как тебя переставить теперь. А теперь его только вращать могу. Как тебе сдвинуть? Я, кстати, вроде левой кнопкой мыши сдвигал это здание, а здесь левой кнопкой мыши я просто поворачиваю дерево. О, схватил. Видимо, просто не всегда выделяется. Нормально. Мне просто надо было потыкать еще. Так, куда бы его впихнуть? Пусть тут у дома растет. Чтобы не пришлось далеко бежать за ним. Нифига себе валун. Так, стоп. Пусть стоит тут где-нибудь. Как подтвердить? А, нельзя было из-за того, что я его за зону поставил. Ничего не выпадает из этих кустов.
Maybe.
Ковер могу сшить. Сколько времени делается? 14 часов. Оставшееся время ускорение 4 часа. Там вроде было написано, что бутылка просто мгновенно позволяет изготовить вещи, а она всего лишь на 4 часа ускоряет крафт. Да. В общем, навряд ли я буду тут все это отстраивать. Учитывая, что сколько тут нужно это ждать, чтобы просто один ковер даже сделали. Хотя, может, все объекты по 14 часов делаются. Так, а где был сбор этих комплектов? Мне, наверное, в дом надо зайти, чтобы мебель поставить. А хотя я же... А не, все. Вроде все должно быть для комплекта, только нужно стол забрать. Его же можно убрать. Взять. Угу. Комнаты маловато для этого набора. Ладно, пусть тут стоит стол пока что. Можно посидеть. Ну, понятно, сверху, когда я переключал список локаций, эти комнаты просто сделаны отдельно, да? При постройке. Я-то думал, что это все-таки комнаты здесь за этими дверьми. И что потом их можно будет отстроить. Но тут просто первый этаж даже не полностью отрисовывается. Сколько у меня там уже примагемов? 8 штук. Могло быть больше, если бы я продолжал играть активно. Новые достижения, связанные с чайником. Пока я только не знаю, как древесину добывать точно. Ну, наверное, просто по деревьям придется долбить в настоящем мире. Напрягают меня эти восклицательные знаки. Тут, видимо, статью обновили немного. Бомбочка, клей. Ну все вроде. Больше нифига не могу сделать.
Maybe you're...
Ну да, то есть я еще только один предмет сейчас могу изготавливать. Раз в 14 часов. О, боже мой. Ну или можно все бутылки потратить, чтобы коврик скрафтить. Так, как мне отсюда выбраться? Обязательно нужно использовать чайник, да? Из рюкзака. А где он?
I smell rabbit.
Чтобы там все строить, наверное, не знаю. Месяца 2 потребуется. Ну, прям активно. Собирать материалы, потом пока будет копиться эта валюта. Плюс пока будут сами вещи крафтиться. По полдня. Люди из экспедиции вроде быстрее возвращаются. Так, есть еще задание. Мерзлая разведка. Не знаю, что тут будет. Гильдия искателей приключений в Масштате набирает добровольцев для разведывательных работ. Привет, путешественник, надеюсь, твои приключения проходят гладко. Довольно гладко. Это замечательно, но на самом деле я слежу за твоими успехами. Не сомневаюсь, что если ты будешь продолжать в том же духе, то однажды обязательно станешь выдающимся искателем приключений. Что касается других мероприятий гильдии, я хотела бы поделиться с тобой некоторыми разведданными, если тебе интересно. Есть новое поручение для меня? По твоему тону можно сказать, что ты уже хорошо знаком с принципами работы нашей гильдии. Однако в этот раз у меня нет для тебя новых поручений, я всего лишь хочу поделиться с тобой некоторыми разведданными. Это разведданные о драконьем хребте, снежной горе недалеко от Масштата. У подножия горы гильдия уже разбила лагерь и разместила в нем некоторое количество искателей приключений. Я обо всем этом знаю давным-давно. Я отметил это место на твоей карте. По прибытии отыщи искательницу приключений по имени Юйся. Она ведет тебя в курс дела. Вот и все. Счастливых приключений тебе к звездам и безднам. Тут случайно не перезапустилось ли какое-то из старых заданий? Со времен патча, когда добавили эту гору. Что такое? Ты пришел в горы любоваться видами? Или тебя прислал малыш Сайрус? В любом случае, будь осторожен. Насчет приключений в драконьем хребте. Если ты действительно хочешь искать приключения в драконьем хребте, сначала нужно обязательно всесторонне подготовиться, нельзя недооценивать опасность этих гор. Драконий хребет не прощает легкомысленных искателей приключений. Все? Что это вообще было? Задание Джуни надо разблокировать. Хорошо, что оно уже доступно. Каменное сердце. Странный мир, полный бандитов.
Situation here.
Hi, Catherine. It's us. Any new commissions?
As a matter of fact, there's one that looks perfect for you two. Uncle Dai is one of the foremen at Huishan Hall over in Liyue Harbor. He's hoping the Adventurers Guild can spare some manpower.
What is it we have to do exactly?
I believe you'll be looking for workers.
Ooh, looking for people? Awesome! We're good at that!
I have no reason to doubt your abilities. I'm sure the details can be worked out face to face. If you're willing to accept this commission, head over to the dock and talk to Uncle Dai.
Отыщите дядюшку Д рядом с причалом. Ставьте мне уже в какой-нибудь лес, чтобы я дерево смог порубить.
Hey, are you Uncle Dai?
I am indeed. Ah, now then. You must be the adventurers assigned by the guild.
Huh? How could you tell?
By the clothes on your back and the look on your face. Experienced adventurers at that, I'll wager.
Right again! You're pretty perceptive!
In this trade, you need a sharp eye for people, not just rocks. Uncle Dai can see what you're made of from a long way off. Alright, my assistant should be arriving soon, so let's just wait here a moment.
Woo-woo! That's why we're here! Now there's someone else taking a cut?
Well, to tell you the truth, this is a very difficult matter. Too much for adventurers alone to handle life here.
So there is someone
Его помощник это, наверное, Яхонт.
not up to the job.
Держи себя в руках.
It just occurred to me that you don't have all the facts. The incident in question happened in a mine, and it's a little out of the ordinary, to say the least. Mines are dangerous places, as I'm sure you're aware. As such, I've enlisted an industry expert to cover all contingencies. Last time I checked, adventurers weren't experts in ore appraisal or geological analysis. With a professional by your side, everything should run smoothly. Besides, this guy's the best in his field. No matter the rock, he'll tell you its value to the nearest mora at a glance. I'd go as far to say that there's not a soul on Tevat that knows rocks better than him. I'd be a fool to not enlist an expert of his caliber.
You're a fool if you think you found Tevat's #1 rock expert.
Oh? And why might that be?
Because Tevat's #1 rock expert happens to be a friend of ours.
А ты случайно не имеешь в виду? Мы поняли друг друга. Отлично, мне тоже хотелось бы задать ему парочку вопросов.
Haha! Didn't expect that, did you? Wait here, we'll go fetch him. Paimon bets Zhang Li is listening to the storyteller. Let's head over.
Джун все слушает байки.
In our last tale, Rex Lapis.
Zhang Li, there you are!
Oh, here for a few tales? I didn't know you two were connoisseurs.
Oh, no, we're here for you. Do you have time?
Ah, something I'm rarely short of.
Надеюсь, не мне придется платить за его еду. Мы тут приняли поручение.
We need someone who understands geology and ore.
Someone who understands geology and ore.
Take a look around. Is there anyone in Teyvat more qualified? The requester claims to have enlisted Teyvat's #1 rock expert, but Paimon doesn't believe a word of it. Nobody understands rocks better than you.
You appear to have taken his claim quite personally on my behalf.
Oh, no. It's just... Uncle Dai doesn't know what he's talking about. Paimon just wants to enlighten him.
Может, он как раз его нанял.
I see.
Все-таки.
Well, then it will be my pleasure to accompany you.
Really?
But I should inform you that despite my expertise, I cannot necessarily claim to be a leading authority. We are at all times adrift in a sea of learning. New knowledge should be welcomed with open arms. Still, I imagine I will be of help to you in this endeavor. If we do encounter an expert, I look forward to broadening my own understandings.
Stop being so modest, Young Lee. Well, we got him. Let's head back to Uncle Dai.
Странный мир, полный бандитов.
Uncle Dai, we're back!
Oh, and this must be the friend you spoke of?
Yep. Paimon doesn't know who your rock expert is, but he's got nothing on our guy.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still, I do have a claim to some experience in this field.
Uh-huh, so you say. Wait till my guy gets here, then we'll see. It's no use me singing his praises. You'll have to see for yourselves.
Is this the place?
Aha! Speak of the devil. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Kun-jun. Young Kun, these are 2 adventurers assigned to us. And as for this gentleman...
Они знакомы, да? Это Джун Ли, консультант ритуального бюро Ван Шен.
Longsheng Funeral Parlor's consultant. Mr. Zhang Li, I've heard about you. They say you're a man of great knowledge and many talents. I had no idea I'd be meeting you in person today.
I'm sure I recognize you. Have we met at the parlor? I've never been to the parlor.
Uncle Dai, aren't you gonna test them?
Не помню этого мужика, но, видимо, он уже был в одном из квестов. Так, вот что ты задумала.
Huh? I wouldn't know where to start.
Then they can figure out a way to test each other. If Zhang Li wins, he's the assistant. If Zhang Li loses... never mind, Zhang Li won't lose.
A contest? Why, it would be my pleasure.
I admire your enthusiasm, good sir.
I must say, you certainly have the look of an industry expert about you. It'll be interesting to see which one of us wins.
Stop talking the talk and start walking the walk.
I'm just saying it like I see it. Which is, incidentally, the only skill I have worth talking about.
So you're an appraiser, Mr. Kun-jun.
Well, no. Actually, I've already forgotten what I'm in Liyue Harbor for. I was standing by the side of the road one day when Uncle Dai called me over. He saw me holding a rock and asked me a few questions. He seemed incredibly excited, even followed me for a while. We arranged to meet here.
Huh? How could you forget something like that?
I saw him on my way over to Liyue Harbor, poring over rocks and muttering to himself. He looked to be very familiar with them. I asked him a few questions out of curiosity. To my surprise, he knew more than me, an old mining foreman. In any case, he didn't have any pressing matters and agreed to help me.
So, do you have a poor memory?
Not exactly. Anyway, if it's rocks you need help with, I can most certainly lend a hand. Mr. Zhongli, what do you make of this rock?
A glossy exterior, with a fissure that could only have been left in the wake of a volcanic eruption. If I'm not mistaken, this is a rough gem from another nation.
Ah, a keen eye.
It's no ordinary rough gem. Fragile surface layer, black veining. My intuition tells me that there's high-quality crystal ore inside.
Remarkable! This rock does indeed hail from the vicinity of a volcano. I came across it in a market and snapped it straight up. The seller thought it was some leftover industrial remnant. They had no inkling of the treasure that lay within.
Чем так хорош этот конкретный кусок?
Purity and geological rarity alone aren't enough to make a treasure. Some of the most precious crystals contain deposits of water or sand. In the moment of its formation, the crystal hidden within this stone shell captured a pocket of water. For water to be hidden in its depths, like a moon concealed within a mountain, reflecting shafts of daylight that make it through. Now that's a rare treasure.
Such a detailed description. Almost like he saw it with his own 2 eyes.
Может, он адепт?
You're not trying to hoodwink us, are you? After all, we haven't even seen what's inside yet.
Everything he said is true. Most crystals are born in high-temperature environments. Heat and water aren't natural bedfellows, of course, which is why crystals with water deposits are so sought after. Moreover, this particular crystal contains mountain lake water. A rare find indeed.
Well, if Zhongli says so, it must be true.
I've yet to encounter anyone with a judgment as shrewd as yours, Mr. Zhongli. How did you know exactly what lay within?
I've seen many such stones in my time. I recognized it immediately. I hope you didn't mind me flaunting my experience, Mr. Kunjun.
Of course not. I feel I've met a kindred spirit here today. I hope you will accept my friendship. Uncle Dai, it would be a mistake for Mr. Zhongli not to join us. Trust me when I say that his level of expertise is unrivaled in the trade. You won't come across another of his caliber in your lifetime.
Very well. There is strength in numbers, after all. Everyone, follow me to the chasm. There are men counting on you to find them.
Он, наверное, имел в виду другой разлом, не то, что на карте нарисован. Ну да, просто недалеко от разлома. Будем изучать камни. Где вообще древесину добывать? С этого дерева выпало немного древесины. Просто их там сколько? Я там еще обучение пропустил. Еще отвлекают тут всякие. Еще выпадет, да? Вроде больше ничего не дают. Я, получается, должен запоминать, с какого дерева я выбил, древесину с которого нет. Ну и, наверное, древесину дают только за те деревья, которые дрожат после удара по ним. Это он дрожит вроде. Песчаное дерево. Надо полечиться. все-таки будет быстрее туда дойти. Надо было запомнить, сколько древесины нужно для крафта. Хотя бы одного стула. Там штуки 4, наверное. С дерева у меня где-то 3 штуки выпал. Пример со второго. Угу. 3 штуки дали. Руда, наверное, нужна будет для каменных построек.
Whoa, this mine is huge!
This is where the incident occurred. 6 days ago, a group of us left the site to attend to other matters. When we returned, the 4 men we'd left behind had vanished. I led a team around the entire mine, but found no trace. That's when I decided to enlist help.
So 4 miners have disappeared.
Yes, there were 10 of us. We lost Long, Bold Sen, Brave Sen, and Mao. I worked with all of them.
Workers in this trade are usually young men in the prime of their lives. Could it be that the 4 of them left for another mine?
Unlikely. There's no other lodging for miles around, and we didn't pass any other mines on the way over.
Huh. Such a huge mine. Did you really manage to explore every corner?
Underground, overground, we left no stone unturned. We tried everything short of digging further into the earth itself. How could 4 sturdy young men just vanish into the bedrock?
We'll need to explore the site ourselves before extracting any conclusions.
Very well. I'll wait here. Please, proceed wherever you'd like. If you come across any clues, let me know straight away.
Отлично, тут подземелье. Должно быть.
How could the 4 of them just suddenly disappear? Did they run away from something? Let's look. Over here! What's this? A pile of shirts, some trousers.
Huh. A few everyday items. They must belong to Uncle Dai and his men.
1, 2, 3, 4. Huh. That seems right. 10 shirts, 10 pairs of trousers. These must be spares, right? Look, Uncle Dai's clothes are identical.
The 4 of them have been gone for 6 days without a change of clothes.
There's also a few handkerchiefs and some soap lying around. Oh, and some tool belts.
Items for washing one's face before the dawn shift. Mining equipment.
So, they didn't take any supplies.
Correct.
Может, они просто забыли о них?
Improbable. There are 4 pickaxes missing. It seems likely they left with the tools of their trade. They had time to take their tools, but not their everyday items? Curious.
Huh. Why would someone set off with their tools, but leave their luggage behind?
1, they were working close by and didn't need to move their personal effects. But seeing as they've yet to return, this seems an unlikely hypothesis. Or 2, they were forced to leave and had no time to think about their supplies.
Oh.
Думаешь, их похитили?
It's certainly a possibility. We'll need more clues before any further inference can be made.
If they didn't leave, maybe they were made to leave. Let's make a note and let Uncle Dai know.
Да, может, их убили. Или их в шахте засыпал.
Kunjun, what do you have there?
Oh, right on time.
Did you find anything?
There's a chunk of ore here. Perhaps there are clues within.
Or, what does it have to do with the disappearance?
Let's find out. I'll give it a try. A moment, please. Okay.
Но он видит воспоминания, прошлое. Точно какой-то адепт.
Looks like he's concentrating really hard. What's he up to?
I see 4 men following someone out of the mine. It looks like a child.
A child? What's a child doing in a mine?
I'm not sure.
Also, how did you see anything exactly?
Oh, I don't mean see in the traditional sense. I would appreciate it if what I'm about to tell you remained a secret. It's a little odd. I've never dared to tell anyone before. I can perceive the memories of ore.
Huh?
Perceive? So there's no conjecture at work?
You mean you can put your hand on a rock and boom, it just happens?
I've always sensed that ore contains memories. Sometimes it records events that occur in the surrounding area. All I have to do is touch one and focus my attention, and the memories come to me.
Amazing! So you can find out everything that ever happened there.
It depends on the ore. Some ores have astounding memories. Others, like iron ore and white iron ore, aren't up to much. Their memories are hazy. Core lapis and crystal memories are much stronger. They record more events and in greater detail.
Stone seeing. Fascinating. A rare ability indeed. It was prudent of Uncle Dai to recruit you, Mr. Kunjun.
I'm glad I can be of assistance. Based on what I saw, I believe they followed this path.
This will take us north, away from the mine.
North. Another clue for Uncle Dai. Let's make a note of it.
Наверное, этот мужик в одном из своих видений видел Джуну, поэтому он показался ему знакомым. Похоже, это какой-то вид кораляписа. Оказывается, эти камни могут запоминать, что происходит вокруг них. Какие удивительные камни.
Could it be that the child I saw kidnapped them? Huh.
Excuse me, sir. Are you one of the workers here?
Ah, yes. You must be here about the disappearance. Please, find them if you can. I don't know what happened. The weather was gloomy that day. The foreman left with a few men. I stayed behind with the other 4. After a while, I decided to take a break, just to catch my breath. I ended up falling asleep in the shelter inside. When I woke up, there was no sight of them. I'd only just been speaking with them and suddenly they'd vanished. Maybe I'm next.
So the men that were out working disappeared, with the only one left to tell the tale having been asleep in a shelter. Perhaps an accident occurred on site.
What a scary thought. An on-site accident. We should note that down too.
Пайман притворяется, что все понял.
Found some clues. Time to report back to Uncle Dai.
You're back. How are the investigations going?
We found 3 clues in the vicinity. First, there are 4 missing pickaxes, yet everyday items are still in their place. This suggests that your men didn't leave of their own accord, but were forced to.
Forced to? But who would kidnap miners?
Who indeed? Second, there were 5 workers at the mine. One of them left the site to take respite. When he awoke, his colleagues had disappeared without a trace. Those who kept working all disappeared. The one who left early emerged safe and sound. It would appear that the incident occurred on site.
Now that you mention it, I recall Bravo saying that he took a break. Could someone have entered the site and simply walked away with him?
This leads me to my third point. Mr. Kun-jun here made good use of his, expert techniques to arrive at a conclusion. It was a child that took your men away.
A child? But there are no settlements here for miles around. There's no way a child would have made it over to the mine.
Unlikely as it sounds, that's our conclusion. Your men were following a child.
Where did they go?
We believe that they followed the road north, away from the mine and toward the ruins.
North? Right. I'll rally my men and head in pursuit.
Вам помочь?
You've been invaluable to the investigation, but leave the legwork to us. If we set off now and make haste, we might be able to catch them.
Not so fast. The incident occurred 6 days ago. Even if they set out on foot, they will have covered a lot of ground by now.
You're right. New plan. I'll lead my search party over to the settlements further out and make some inquiries. There are only a few settlements around here with lodging for the night. We'll go investigate and see if we can come up with anything. In the meantime, you could keep looking for clues. If we don't see each other, let's reconvene at Wangshu Inn tomorrow evening.
Agreed.
All right. Me and my men will get going.
So, they're gonna talk to the people over at the settlements while we keep investigating here.
Correct.
But there aren't any more clues at the mine. Shouldn't we go north?
Wait. I believe we're missing someone.
Huh? Oh yeah!
Эксперта потеряли.
Paimon bets he's still investigating. Let's go find him.
Так, меня не пустили в шахту. Я думал, здесь будет подземелье сразу.
Kun-jun, what are you searching for? We're all out of clues. Let's get going.
Apologies. I'm conducting a quick search for my own benefit. I'm looking for a precious stone known as Dragonfall.
Dragonfall?
Людей надо спасти. А он на жемчужине думает. Никогда о таком не слышал.
Dragonfall is often used in forging. What use do you have for it?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't recall why I'm seeking it. I've been feeling very absent lately. Name and address aside, I'm having trouble remembering things. In fact, I've been feeling extremely anxious, as if there's something I've forgotten to finish. It's an unpleasant sensation.
Oh, Paimon knows that feeling. When you know you've forgotten something, but you can't remember exactly what it is.
I don't even know where to start with it. I've been aimlessly wandering. That day at the market, I overheard a conversation while I was buying something. They mentioned Dragonfall. It sounded so familiar to me, as if whatever it was I had to do was linked to that stone. So, I decided to look for some. Perhaps if I can retrieve some, I'll remember what it is I have to do.
I see. If I am able to during our endeavor, I will help you look for this stone.
Really? Oh, thank you, Mr. Zhengli. You're too kind.
Think nothing of it.
Shouldn't we get going?
Heading north from the chasm, we'll reach Lingju Pass. If this is indeed the path they chose, there will be traces.
Great! Let's have a look. footprints must have been left by the miners.
Let us make our way to the end of Lingju Pass. If there are no footprints there, it would suggest that the miners are still within the pass itself. However, if we find new tracks, we can follow them wherever they may lead.
Надеюсь, они не очень далеко ушли. Продолжайте поиски улик поблизости. Ладно, по лестнице залезу.
Hey, footprints!
It would appear that they made their way through Lingju Pass and kept moving.
If we follow their footprints, we should be able to find where they went.
Только не вставай. Он там встает.
Oh no, the footprints end here.
We should inquire with anyone nearby. If the miners came through here, they may well have seen them.
Hi there. Have you seen anyone dressed like a miner around here?
A miner? I'm afraid not.
Let's try someone else.
Что все эти люди тут забыли?
Hello, have you seen any miners nearby? About this tall? 4 of them?
Stop bothering me. Can't you see I'm cloud watching?
Jeez, a little grumpy, aren't we? Whatever. Let's go ask someone else.
Неприятный тип. Девушка, думаю, нам поможет. Подскажет, куда дальше идти.
Hey there! Seen any miners?
It must have been about 4 or 5 days ago. There were a few men who came through here carrying baskets and picks. I guess that could have been them.
Yeah, that's them!
4 or 5 days ago. It appears that they were moving slower than we'd anticipated. Traversing the geography of Lingju Pass must have held them up.
It was so strange. 4 big guys with lifeless expressions. It was like they were in some sort of trance. And there was a child staggering in front of them.
Huh. This child. Did you see what they look like?
I caught a glimpse. Blue hair, short. I think it was a girl. She wasn't smiling. In fact, she looked very serious.
And they took this road?
Yes, they followed it straight from here.
Let's go after them!
Фиг знает, что за девчонку увела шахтеров. Может, она какой-нибудь призрак.
More footprints. There's a person over there!
Help! Please save me!
Уже бегу.
What are the people we're looking for? Oh, rescue first. Ask questions later.
Ненавижу этих монстров, катающихся по земле.
Get back!
Those monsters were so aggressive. They must have noticed me walking through. Before I knew it, they were all over me. Thank you all for saving me. My name is Wanyu. I belong to Liyue Shengyu Hall. I head up our human culture and civilization research.
Huh? You sure you're not a minor?
A minor?
Но это было сразу очевидно, что она не шахтер.
Strong fellas carrying mining equipment.
I think I saw those people.
Really?
Yes. I set off from Nantianmen the day before yesterday, heading for Lingju Pass. About halfway there, I came across some people. A few men and a child.
Нельзя ли поподробнее?
I was in a hurry. I didn't get a good look. I'm afraid I'm not even sure what they looked like. Apologies.
I think that's all we needed to hear. Thank you.
I hope it's useful to you. I'd better get going. There's a conference I need to attend. Again, thank you all for your help.
According to the scholar, the miners were heading for Nantianmen.
Can we be absolutely sure that it was the men that we're looking for?
A child with a group of adults sounds pretty close to Paimon.
Это вполне могли быть не они.
But...
Hey, perhaps that rock over there can tell us more.
Aha! Paimon nearly forgot about our secret weapon!
It looks promising. I'll do my best.
Опять карлепис. А где девчонка?
Huh. It's the same group, all right. They followed this road.
Mr. Kunjun, your stone seeing is something I won't forget in a hurry.
I suppose it is an asset, though I rarely find a use for it. But praise from Mr. Zhongli is high praise indeed.
It's a good thing we brought our Kunjun compass along. We would have lost all sense of direction a long time ago.
You think so? I guess it's been a worthwhile trip then. It feels like we're cracking a criminal case. It's a lot of fun.
Be that as it may, we would do well to keep our guards high. 4 fully grown men in a trance-like state, walking ceaselessly day and night, over hills and mountains, led by a child. This is no ordinary incident.
Oh, you're quite right, Mr. Zhongli. We should have our wits about us.
That's not all. Our scholar was attacked by Geovishap hatchlings, but the level of aggression they exhibited was unusual. We have encountered many clues along the way. So far, they've pointed us in the right direction. The miners headed in the direction of Nantianmen the day before yesterday. From here, they would have had to navigate a perilous mountain road. If their destination is indeed Nantianmen, we should be able to catch up with them.
Great! No time to lose!
I left a mark in the vicinity just now. If Uncle Dai does pass through here, it should guide him to us.
Clever thinking! A classic Zhongli move!
Body and mind. Time to act. Body and mind.
Забыл лут собрать. Ладно. Надо было сразу на карту посмотреть. Случайно не сюда ли мы идем? К здоровому дереву, рядом с которым еще странная девчонка стоит. Наверное, туда мы и топаем. Потихоньку. Она, может, увела шахтеров, чтобы принести их в жертву кому-то там духу.
Hey! Over here on the ground! Is this one of them?
There's a basket lying here, too. This must be one of the miners.
Hey! Hello? Can you hear us?
Judging by his appearance, he must have collapsed from exhaustion.
Should we wake him up?
I can still dig.
Sounds like he's whispering something.
Кажется, он пытается подняться.
It seems that he thinks he still has work to do. Something's not right. There's a camp nearby. We should take him there and monitor his condition before deciding our next move.
How is he? He won't die, right?
He's worked himself into a stupor. Thankfully, he's not in serious danger.
Как он смог так себя изнурить? Очевидно, что он под внушением.
Paimon heard him talking about digging for something. Did he dig himself into this state?
It's certainly a possibility.
Он ведь не сам сюда пришел.
It looks like there's something in his pocket. Are these ore fragments? I just witnessed the memories within these ore fragments. This person brought these fragments out of the mine. He's one of the 4 that we're searching for.
How he came to be here is what we need to understand.
So he was kidnapped and then abandoned here. But if they didn't need him, why bring him all the way out here?
Unless something happened. Something that led him to fall behind.
Ugh. Paimon's had enough. This is too mysterious.
Oh, wait a moment. Seeing these fragments has jogged my memory. I have something for you.
What is it? Ooh, is it a present?
Something for us?
As I mentioned, before I met Uncle Dai, I was in a daze. After setting out with you on this case, it feels like a fog is lifting. I was so happy when Uncle Dai enlisted you to help. I would never have managed to track down these clues by myself. These are some crystals that I bought from the market. Not any old crystals, mind you. This purity is extraordinarily rare. One for each of you. A memory, if you will.
It's beautiful. Oh, and the colors change as you turn it. It's like a different crystal from each angle.
Выглядит дорого.
But of course, take it. And this one is for Mr. Shangli. Huh? Is something wrong? Not to your liking?
On the contrary. I just hadn't anticipated receiving a gift during the current circumstances. But thank you. I will take good care of it.
I'm pleased you like them. It's nice to be able to give a gift that others can appreciate. Oh, I see more rocks over there. You should all get some rest. I'm going to scan the surroundings. Perhaps there are more memories to uncover.
You sure like
Ему лишь бы пощупать камни.
Ores are the crystals of the earth, the sediment of time itself. I feel at peace among them. Get some rest and call me when you're ready to set off. I won't be far.
С ним ведь ничего не случится.
Rest easy. I surveyed the area. There's no danger here. Oh, however, there is something I wanted to discuss with you.
Huh? What's with the seriousness all of a sudden?
Traveler, does Dragonfall mean anything to you?
Нет.
You mean the ore that Kunjun's looking for? What's so special about it?
Dragonfall is an incredibly rare ore used in forging. The majority of regular crystals are formed in high-temperature environments. Dragonfall, on the other hand, is formed as a product of elemental reactions.
Elemental reactions can produce material objects?
Indeed they can. However, Only a minority can survive for long periods of time. Dragonfall first emerged in the midst of a great battle, thousands of years ago. Powerful clashes of elemental energy gave birth to elemental crystals. When the fighting ceased, these geological remnants were miraculously preserved. And yet they are crystal creations all the same. Few and far between, relatively unknown. A few hundred years ago, they were virtually mined into obscurity. Why is it then that a citizen of Liyue now wishes to strike upon ore that has long since vanished from the earth?
Yeah, if he knows of its existence, surely he knows all of it's already been mined. Weird. Paimon doesn't get it.
There are those in the mining trade who retain a keen interest in Dragonfall. But for someone like Mr. Kunjun, whose motivations for seeking it are unclear even unto himself, it's practically unheard of.
Быть может, он держит истинные побуждения в тайне?
Ulterior motives? Is he a villain?
A conclusion that is presently impossible to reach. We must watch and wait. Don't forget, rescuing those miners is the primary objective. As for anything else, sooner or later the tide will reveal the lie of the land. We're drawing closer to our goal. I believe we should continue to follow this road through. Now that we've found one, the others won't be far away. When you're well rested, call Mr. Kunjun over to us. We still have more investigation ahead. We should ensure this miner is settled here at the camp. Once we've brought this matter to a close, we can return and attend to him. I suggest we leave a note for Uncle Dai. If he does find the camp, he'll know what to do.
Античный камень. Можно прочитать его описание. В ключевых предметах, наверное. Античный камень. Редкий камень, добываемый из глубин гор. Встречается только в очень старых горах. Возможно, из-за такой редкости многие торговцы даже не знают о его существовании. Обладает исключительной чистотой и ослепительным цветом. Свет словно исходит изнутри, подчеркивая его сине-фиолетовые оттенки. Похоже на далекое и чудесное небо заката. Те немногие ученые, которые понимают его ценность, окрестили его античным камнем. Лучший подарок для настоящего ценителя. 4-звездочный камень. Похоже, он по заданию пригодится. Дальше.
Kunjun, we need to get going.
No problem. I'm done here.
Any results, Mr. Kunjun?
There are many beautiful rocks here, but nothing out of the ordinary. I couldn't find any clues. Then again, the memories of ore can shift with the passage of time and the changing of the environment.
Есть ли в этом закономерность?
Difficult to say. I feel that ore memories tend to be from the recent past.
So there's never any ancient memories?
Rocks endure, but as eons pass, their memories are erased. Those memories that survive are rooted in powerful emotion or thought.
That makes sense. It is the same for people.
Indeed. Let's keep going.
Body and mind.
Так, я как раз про это дерево говорил. Девчонка обычно здесь стояла.
Wow. Such an immense tree.
And there's so many mysterious-looking crystals up there, too. Amazing!
This ancient tree. Let's conduct separate investigations. I'll take that area. Perhaps you could survey this section.
Хорошо.
All right then.
Kunjun, can you see anything worth investigating?
Well, there is this stone tablet here.
Это больше похоже на надгробие.
Paimon's gonna look over there.
Huh. It's worth a try, surely. Let me see. Oh. This is...
Hey, what's wrong?
just a bit lightheaded. It's past. Nothing to worry about.
Ты что-нибудь видел?
Not yet.
Whatever. Paimon's going to investigate over there. Why don't you climb the tree and have a look?
Он врет. Почему ты думаешь, что на дереве могут быть какие-либо зацепки?
If you don't try, you won't know. Anyway, you'll be able to get a good look at our surroundings from up there.
You think so?
When has Paimon ever come up with a bad idea, Wait a minute. Paimon can fly. All right, Paimon will go. You wait here. Paimon will...
All of you.
Ура, она вспомнила, что умеет летать.
Zhongli's voice came from behind the tree. Did he find another clue? Quick, let's go see. Maybe he found another miner.
Body and mind.
This has been newly dug. It would appear our answer is up ahead.
Is that a voice coming from the tunnel? Someone else go first.
Compose yourselves. I will lead us in. There is an unusual presence emanating from inside the tunnel. Prepare yourselves and tread lightly. Listen.
The missing miners are here.
Раскапывают какой-то храм.
Digging for.
I'm afraid that this whole tunnel is the fruit of their strenuous labor.
That gate. Has it been there all along?
Digging a tunnel to this ancient seal. Had they not been discovered, they would undoubtedly persevere until the gate.
So behind the seal, there's... What do we do? We can't hurt them.
Та самая девчонка, что стояла у дерева. Аж даха. Запечатанный лорд Вишапов. Красивое чудовище. Видимо, это новый еженедельный босс, да? Так, я уже не помню, что умеет делать. Джун. Он точно колонну ставит.
So, the little girl is your power incarnate. But if you recall, Ishtar, this is not how we intended for events to transpire.
Waste not your words. Your life is mine.
Да, хорош топать. Надо было подпрыгивать, наверное.
Goodness gracious.
Я тут, похоже, не могу проиграть.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Здоровья у него дофига. А нет, я могу проиграть. Почему Фиш не умирал? Я тогда не лечил едой, если что. Прыжок не помог. Я не понимаю, что делать с этими волнами.
Once again.
Может, и уклоняться надо от них?
Time to act.
Sands know not the mountain's permanence. Detestable.
Но просто всеми атаками попадает. По мне. От этих волн можно тупо отойти. Короче, тут нингуан нужна и все, чтобы издали атаковать его. Он меня даже в уклонении вроде задевает.
Order guide you. Crumble. Rise. Fisher.
В этот раз не задел. Долго его буду так ковырять.
Crumble. Shifting sands know not the mountain's permanence. The enraged earth will not absolve you.
Может все-таки выпить Джин просто ради этого босса, чтобы ставить колонны рядом с ним и все. У меня нингуан есть. Я все пытаюсь прыгнуть, но это нифига не срабатывает. Такой атаки еще не было.
Crumble. Fisher. Rise. Quake.
Да почему эти колонны исчезают? Я просто даже рядом стал.
Let's light it up.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain.
That couldn't break the curse.
Но это нереально просто от всего уклоняться каждый раз. Как бы стамина-то не резиновая.
Crumble.
Rain outlines your fate. Time to act.
I will have order. Will not absolve you.
Crumble.
Можно, конечно, вот так бить и отбегать, но это бой просто на час. Хоть от этого уклонился. От первой волны уклонился, вторая меня снова пробила.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain.
You shouldn't see me like this.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
The enraged
Пока что же больно какой-то душный босс,
absolve you.
но красивый.
Mein Fräulein.
Is once not enough? You would forsake me again?
If that is what you choose to believe, so be it. He who bears the weight of memory is destined to shoulder the burden of
Джон, ты
truth
без сознания.
as it ought to be.
Ну и когда он вылезет? Он наконец-то вылез. Еще 0, наверное, может тут помочь. Благодаря щиту.
Cowardly insects!
No, my sword! Rain cutter! Time to act. Time to act.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain! The enraged earth will not absolve you!
Body and mind. Ow! This is just
Блин, забыл, что последняя волна по большей площади бьет. Я сейчас просто сдохну.
No, my sword! Time to act.
Fisher!
Body and mind.
Face me!
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gugwa.
Ну, этот раз меня спасла ульта.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain!
Я даже убежать не успел, хотя начал отбегать от него. Еще когда он лапу не поднял.
Adventure time.
Да, дай хоть ульту накаплю в Беннет.
I have failed you.
Ну, здесь вот пригодился бы нормальный артефакт, чтобы просто тупо побыстрее убить. Ну, кстати, Джунь, которого дают, не шибко здесь эффективен, но не лучше моих подопечных. Справляется со своей задачей.
Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate.
For 1,000-year pain!
Че я забью на убийство этого босса каждую неделю?
Will not absolve you!
Body and mind. The brightest flames burn fastest.
За все это время Рейзер так и не проголодался. Ни одной пиццы больше не съел. Так, нужна мингон. Главное, чтобы ее снаряды наводились так с большой дистанции. На этого года. Ее можно ставить. Барбара, ты где? Лучше тебя возьму для лечения.
I'll take care of it.
Don't disappoint me.
Так, что мне нужно? Какое меню? Так, какие-нибудь артефакты у него есть? Подкачать цветок, чтобы больше здоровья было. Их тоже придется очень долго бить. Может, еще кого-нибудь взять? Кто может мне там помочь? Так, артефакты. У тебя забрал уже, да? Да, у тебя нифига нет. Ее щит тоже может пригодиться. А ты ешки. Ладно, день мне артефакты передавать. Вторая попытка.
my doorstep of your own volition. Excellent. Taking revenge for sealing me away will be all the easier.
Надо еще вспомнить, как драться.
The little girl is your power incarnate. But if you recall, Ishtaha, this is not how we
Ну,
intended
тогда здесь лучше заходит, чем Джун. Намного лучше.
Your life is mine.
Надо бы еще бафрон использовать. Барбары.
For a 1,000-year pain.
You wait.
Газ задел даже на такой дистанции. Вечная проблема с заряженными атаками, то что они не активируются. Подальше отойду.
Blood repays. I'll protect us.
Watch out!
Allow me.
You've recovered. How can that?
Focus your efforts, Morax.
Не надо мне бодать.
Don't waste my time.
Плохо, что даже не нагуам тут нельзя зарядить ульту нормально.
Give up. Don't waste my time.
There is no atonement for a 1,000-year pain. The enraged Earth will not absolve you.
Give up.
Да куда камни полетели? Надо было ближе подойти. Отлично ультанул.
Don't waste my time.
Let's dance.
It's nothing.
Специально ставлю стенку прямо на него.
Give up.
Получать энергию.
Don't waste my time.
There is no atonement for a 1,000-year pain.
Долго? Да, чувствую, на этом боссе в копе все будут вздыхать. Я помню, как раньше пытался в копе пройти даже просто обычное подземелье. С артефактами и так далее. Так будет намного быстрее. Я с 99% вероятностью могу это сказать. В копе еще у него здоровья будет больше. То есть еще меньше урона будет проходить по нему, по сути. Учитывая, что тут все милишники, считаю, не удел. Как говорил, щит можно использовать от Ешек, той же Ноэли, гитаристки Ноэ. Щит будет защищать максимум от 1-2 атак и все.
Let the show begin.
Тут, в общем, чисто лучников надо использовать, либо магов, которых атака летит далеко, на магической. То есть... Как и электромагот зовут. В общем, та не подойдет. Кли тоже не подойдет здесь. Ну, хотя и можно хотя бы бомбу раскидывать, по идее. Ну, ешка Кли может быть полезным. Но автоатаки вообще тут никак не помогут ее.
Give up.
Лучники, наверное, все должны быть полезными. Ну, кстати, можно еще то заставить, чтобы побыстрее дело шло. Он хоть немножко додамажит тоже. Ну, тост тут, в принципе, полезен. Забываю активировать лечение Барбары. Давно с ней не играл. Давай заряженную атаку используй. Надеюсь, разработчики когда-нибудь сделают возможность назначить заряженную атаку на отдельную кнопку. Это прям подбешивает порой, когда ты зажимаешь кнопку и ни черта просто не происходит. И после пары автоатак быстрых. Так, плохо. Нингуан наелась. Заряди бы как ульту Барбары.
Ready, steady, go!
It's nothing.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain! The enraged Earth will not absolve you!
Don't waste my time.
Shifting sands know not the mountain's permanence.
This is order. Crumble!
By royal decree!
Your life is mine.
Надо будет Нингуан нормально одеть когда-нибудь.
Think you can destroy me?
Как раз, наверное, скоро у меня до нее очередь дойдет в плане прокачки дружбы.
You wait.
Let's dance!
It's nothing.
Come, experience an eon.
Будешь еще что-нибудь новое делать? Нет? Так, это что-то новенькое. Он как-то по-другому залез под землю. И сразу там же вылез. Что это вообще было? И зачем?
The enraged Earth will not absolve you.
Сейчас заденет, если не дойду.
Give up. Don't waste my time.
I'll protect us.
Crumble! From rock to dust, sooner or later.
It's nothing.
There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain!
Надо было посмотреть, может я и навыки могу прокачать. Кстати, здесь пауза же срабатывает. Так буду чуть-чуть больше урона наносить.
Give up.
Enraged Earth will not absolve you!
It's nothing.
Я еще не помню точно, как работает ее стенка. Как получить баф от нее. Нужно самому пройти сквозь нее или снаряд должен пролетать сквозь стену.
Submit. Give up.
Let the show begin.
Detestable!
Это было больно.
From rock to dust, sooner or later. There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain!
Ну хоть теперь есть где использовать нингуа. Ну где она прям полезна.
It's nothing.
Come, experience an eon of suffering.
На каждую неделю я так этого босса бить точно не буду. По столько времени. Он бы это видел. Вообще плевать на награды с него. Один фиг заготовки для оружия не дают. Дай бог, одна в месяц падает.
Morax, 1,000 years after you sealed me underground, you return for the second time.
Сейчас девчонка чухается.
You should call it by its name, Ejdaha. Fate.
Fate? Fate? So here lies the wisdom of the gods. Destroy all deemed redundant. Enlist tyrants to ravage the wilderness.
No. You have forgotten.
That voice!
Ejdaha.
Huh? Kunjun?
Morax. It's been a while.
You're...
Ejdaha. The very same.
During the battle, you imbued us with your power.
Yes. It was all I could manage.
Видимо, благодаря нему в первом бою Фишель выживал каким-то чудом. Он, видимо, ее лечил. Разве ты не Куньцзюнь?
Forgive me for concealing the truth, traveler. There were things that only became clear to me upon reaching this tree. Allow me to elaborate. I am not Azhdaha the whole, but a fragment. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, opposing forces. You can consider the existence of me and the Azhdaha you see there to be a reflection of such polarities.
Хорошо, ты его половинки, но зачем голос-то изменил?
Schism of the will.
Теперь.
The will of Azhdaha.
So there are two Ashdahas?
No, it can't be. That's impossible.
When the seal loosened, your power manifested in this world as a child. With this new identity, you were able to vent about the forces that suppressed you. But would anyone listen? Would they even care? That's when it occurred to you. The loosening of the seal constituted an opportunity to strike back. Kidnapping the miners was all in aid of digging to the entrance to the seal itself. Your plan was to launch an attack on both ends, from outside and within, thereby fully destroying the seal.
The audacity! Are you insane? If you truly are a part of me, how is it you find yourself standing on the side of the betrayer?
I was another power awakened with the loosening of the seal. Too weak to reincarnate, but strong enough to possess a human body. I was barely conscious. I couldn't remember who I was. Only the past would elicit a reaction from me. But my aim was clear. Find Morax, and aid him in stopping you.
I had sensed that something was amiss when you mentioned Dragonfall. Had your power been but a little stronger, I would have recognized you.
Don't blame yourself. I have changed beyond all recognition. Only when I touched the stone tablet did I truly remember. It's been so long. A secret beyond all comprehension of youthful humanity and ancient dragonkind. Morax, do you want to tell the tale?
There would be no harm in it. The decision is yours.
You haven't changed. Then allow me. Azhdaha was once a friend and ally of the Geo-Archon Morax, with a lifespan far exceeding that of mankind. However, that which is derived of the Earth is no more or less than the Earth itself. The memories of rocks do not last long. Those memories that survive are rooted in powerful emotion. But as time passes, so these memories fade into obscurity. Erosion is the world's greatest destroyer of memories. Erosion ground Azhdaha's consciousness into oblivion. Slowly, he forgot the face of his old friend, and his memories of defending Liyue Harbor disintegrated. Azhdaha, now incomplete, became irascible, aggressive.
What would you expect? It was humanity that attacked the ley lines that sustained me.
This much is true, which is why you attacked the chasm, why you waged war against Morax. In the beginning, in order to open up new territory and increase production, the citizens of Liyue came to the mountains to mine. Overexploitation caused the ley lines to quake, which brought untold suffering to us. Erosion made us even more savage. No matter how we struggled, we lost the ability to coexist with humanity. We lost all reason. Morax shared with us some of his power to prevent further erosion. But it was futile. Everything returns to dust. It is the natural order, an unstoppable force. And so, we became you. And from your will, I emerged. I am your final contract. Witness the promise between Ajdaha and Morax. You can hate me, but you cannot deny me.
No! No!
I am the remnants of Ajdaha's benevolence, the echo of a contract set in stone. I harbor a willingness to go further, a willingness to coexist peacefully with mankind.
No, no! It is I, Ajdaha, forged of elemental crystal, bearer of the weight and memories of the earth, older than the mountains and the oceans that decides. I will not swear allegiance to this insect.
Morax is not an insect.
A lord over insects is nothing but an insect in turn.
You forgot yourself. Nobody held Morax in higher regard than you or I. That which you have forgotten, I hold here in my heart. If you are the memory of the Earth, then I am the memory of coexistence. Of coexistence with humanity. All powers under heaven, rise and fall of land and sea.
A star appears within the wild. A sun ascends as bright as jade. Strange. What is this feeling? And all this?
You are spent, and I will soon disappear. Before I do, heed these words. In the wilderness, snow falls on a spring day. In an instant, it will melt. Even where it is fleeting and leaves no trace. Even where it will never fall again.
No! That isn't true! I don't accept this as fate!
Perhaps it isn't, but it remains an inevitable misfortune.
More axe!
The little girl vanished!
Грустное задание у Джун. Погибла из-за эрозии.
Are you satisfied, Ajdaha?
I had to make amends.
Меня
Satisfaction
проигнорили.
had no part in it. So, Morax, you call yourself Zhongli these days?
I do.
Well, I'm afraid old habits die hard. To me, you're Morax.
As you please.
I never did forget your gift of sight.
I hardly lifted a finger. Think nothing of it.
And yet, you could see. You wouldn't know the yearning of a blind dragon, searching for the sun. A pair of eyes, from Morax to Ajdaha. This. I will remember this.
Your power is nearly spent.
Ah, Perceptive as always, my friend.
Shall we get going, you and I?
Surely the pressing matter is still that of the miners trapped outside the seal.
Indeed. Hence the need to get going. To fix the damage left in your wake.
Straight down to business as always. Let's go.
Вместо ха-ха в английской версии было, что Джун всегда приходит сразу к делу. Ну, в озвучке.
Huh? How did we get here? We need to go back and check on the miners.
Шахтеров надо навестить. Они, наверное, уже прошли в себя.
So there you are. My men and I found your clues and followed them straight here. We found Mao in a tent at the campsite unconscious. It seems he'll be okay. Sadly, we found no trace of the other three. Huh? Young Kun, what is...
Nothing. Pay it no mind. Those three miners are over there, in that cave.
Cave? What happened?
They're exhausted, but not in danger. Don't worry.
Right. Well, thank you, all of you. I better go and see how they're doing.
So you're taking them back to Liyue Harbor?
That's right.
Can I come with you?
No problem. You rescued my men. I'll be happy to assist all of you in any way I can. I'll be back soon. I need to assess their condition.
Kunjun, we should be calling you Ezdaha. You're coming back to Liyue Harbor too, right?
Not I. Merely this body. Once I'm gone, the true owner will accompany the miners back to Liyue. Kunjun hails from a family of famous artisans. He too will be famous in time. It would be a shame for someone of his talent to go missing.
You always did have a great admiration for blacksmiths.
Curious how swords and daggers are blind, yet their creators see so much. Perhaps empathy is mankind's proudest achievement after all.
Ezdaha, I am no longer the Geo-Archon.
I can sense it.
Today I am just an ordinary citizen of Liyue.
Even you met such a fate. Let's get the difficult part out of the way. I cannot guarantee that I won't be awoken a second time.
No matter. If that day comes to pass, Liyue must prepare itself to face you.
And how will Liyue fare without Rex Lapis?
Even without a god above, this remains a nation of men. I was once their god. I ought to be here to witness their rise and fall.
All life is shaped and then ground away by the endless flow of time. You were always the strongest among us. Yet, it would seem that even you have been eroded. That's unimportant. Fate is ordained by heaven. Even if our mission had already concluded, it would be cowardly not to strike out on the road of departure. You may live forever, doomed to a lonely existence. Yet, even this is temporary. When you reach the end of time, those people, those past and future relationships predetermined by fate, they will be waiting for you.
I do not pretend to match your rhetoric when it comes to the subject of a life long lived. I fear that the life of an elemental being is longer than any in this world.
Were it not so, you would have killed me long ago. And would not be having to face me again now.
You've brought a smile to my face. When all is said and done, a reunion between old friends is an auspicious occasion.
That day in the chasm. Did you hesitate?
A heart of stone is a heart nonetheless. But I am the god of contracts, and was for a time a god of the people of Liyue.
You chose justice, but did not forsake your kindness. You came to me not as an assassin, and so I was willingly sealed away.
The movements of the Earth Dragon can tremble the earth and shake the heavens. With your abilities, even at my full strength, I struggled to confront you, let alone seal you away.
Hence my inception. Do not forget that I was there with Liyue's founder. The face may have changed, but the content of the contract remains intact. Old friend, god of contracts. I hereby honor our agreement.
Thank you, Ashtaha.
My life is at an end. I will join the eternal flow of time. And you, Morax, you will live for many a day to come.
You're leaving?
If it is fated, Morax, we will meet again.
Долго же не прощались. Теперь это. Настоящий Кунь-дзюнь.
Yes. Don't be alarmed. He's only asleep.
Whoa, that was so weird. It was like he suddenly became another person.
In fact, we have yet to meet the real Kunjun.
Но как же Аждаха? Он был твоим хорошим другом.
He was. Centuries may have passed since then, but events from 1,000 years ago remain crystal clear in my mind.
In our last tale, Rex Lapis was walking alone in the mountains. He heard a remote voice, unlike any other, coming from a crack in the earth.
Most of the ancient geo life forms that live below Liyue are blind, having not seen the sunlight for an age.
The voice was sometimes sad and song-like. Other times it was loud and thunderous. The Lord of Geo searched here and there before finally unearthing a strange stone from the bedrock.
That's how Ashtaha was. I answered his wish and took him above ground.
The Lord of Geo took pity on the rock spirit and carved it into a magnificent work of craftsmanship, a vivid representation of a dragon.
I bestowed him with a pair of eyes to see the world and came to an agreement with him.
With his fingers, he made 2 eyes, quicker than words could tell. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a living, breathing dragon soared into the clouds.
I agreed to let him live among the people above ground. But if the day ever came when he brought ruin to order, he would once again be sealed in the dark.
The dragon accompanied the Lord of Geo, fighting campaigns alongside him in the 4 corners of the world. We have a saying to eulogize these events. The crash of a spear brought billowing dust. The mountains and waters made way at the sound. The sight of a dragon bestowed with a touch the promise of rainwater blessing the ground.
Красивый ролик. Чуть позже господин Дай вызывается забрать потерявший... В общем, ладно. Пуня, в общем, забрали.
1,000 years ago, Ashtaha attacked the chasm. I tried to obstruct him, fighting him tooth and nail, down the length and breadth of the mine. Finally, I brought him down and sealed him underground. During that battle, Dragonfall was born. Ejderha could sense the stone. Subconsciously, he wanted to use it to find me. Despite being the victor, I could not claim to be stronger than he. And in his heart, he still retained an ounce of goodwill towards me, towards Liyue, towards life above ground. He was willing to be sealed away, but as the erosion set in, he forgot.
Эрозия влияет и на тебя?
Even I cannot avoid it. But there is something I understand better than most. When the door opens, it is time to leave. The greater the power, the greater the danger erosion may bring about. The millennia may come and go, but even a stone may tire.
Поэтому ты решил уйти.
Personally sealing away an old friend. This is just one form of erosion I have endured. People abandon and surrender the things they love to pursue the right path. Perhaps this is the erosion imposed on me by the natural order of this world. That I was a god of mankind. My identity may change, but my eyes will bear witness to the history of humanity.
You still care a lot about Liyue.
Call it part of my duty. I must thank you both.
No worries.
Вообще, он сказал, зови это частью моей работы. Или частью моих обязанностей. Подожди. Я хотел бы кое о чем тебя спросить.
Oh? About what?
Моя сестра.
Oh yeah, Paimon nearly forgot. So, not long ago, we met a guy called Dane. He told us about Conria and the punishment of the gods. That's when we realized that those events were connected to the person we're searching for.
Для меня это очень важно.
Zhongli, you're a god. You've lived through thousands of years of history. Surely you experienced the incident?
I cannot say.
Why?
Не может ответить.
Can't even give us a thread of information? This is so important to us.
I understand. But I must apologize. This is my contract.
You mean another past grievance? Like the incident with Ejderha? Too painful to talk about?
It was signed before it all began. I have always honored the contract. And kept my silence.
How can you be like that?
You two are friends to me. I can assure it brings me no pleasure to disappoint you. But as the god of contracts, I cannot go back on my word.
Он, наверное, заключил какой-нибудь контракт с сестрой главного героя. Я нисколько не удивлен.
Would you be ready to find out?
Вполне.
It appears your understanding of this world continues to grow. There are many events of ages past, many secrets that lie hidden. They have been eroded by time, forgotten by the people, abandoned. But you are capable of finding them and bringing them into the light. Those who come to witness will witness. Those who are born to remember will remember. If you take the same road as that person, there may be more difficulties ahead. But as long as you firmly believe that you are on the right path, everything has meaning.
Растворитель снов.
This tablet was erected by Mountain Shaper. It names Ejderha as a terrible dragon, and serves as a warning for later generations to stay away from this place, from the seal. It's a shame. There is a fine line between good and evil. If the good and evil within him could be summarized in a single sentence... Well, never mind.
Вы молча смотрите на стоящего под деревом джунгли. Слышно лишь, как шуршит... Тихо. Не надо проматывать эти строки. 1000 лет в мире смертных, всего лишь мимолетное мгновение. Камень чувствует это, как и земля, как и боги. Так, получается, я все задания прошел. Остались только... Погодите, квест вообще искать. Забыл как-то меню открыть. Еще 2 квеста персонажей остались. Второе задание 0 и задание Дионы. Еще на гипостазиса можно посмотреть. Ну, с него, наверное, падает то же самое, что с Орхидеей. Так, а с этого босса падает растворитель снов, предмет, придающий материалам развития персонажа из испытаний и воспоминаний любую необходимую форму. То есть все эти клыки и так далее можно, что ли, изменить на другие предметы? Наверное, они имеются в виду. В былые времена верили, что души и мысли материальны. Если кому-то снился рай, и он просыпался с цветком в руках, значит цветок этот наверняка был созданием сна. Растворитель снов превращает предметы из памяти в другие сны. Воспоминания о схватках с сильным противником и в самом деле стали средством на пути к самосовершенствованию. По идее, эти колбы должны падать из других еженедельных боссов. Ну, так, формы. И стандартный артефакт. Тут мне точно нужен кто-нибудь огненный.
Ta-da! Klee is here!
I'll scout ahead.
Time to act.
В этой зоне, наверное, можно греться. Гипостазис. Элементальное существо с крепким панцирем. Стандартное описание. Используйте заряженные атаки, чтобы разбить упавшие с гипостазиса морозные плоды и быстро уничтожить его щит. Ладно, его лучше здесь, наверное, не использовать. Им пока отдыхаем. Еще греться надо.
Let's light it up!
Вроде неплохой босс.
La la la! Jumpy dumpty!
кристалла, отстаньте.
Everybody stand!
Так, теперь что? Сейчас, наверное, кристалл надо ломать. Так, сильная атака нужна. Их надо в него, наверное, откидывать назад. Неплохой босс, мне нравится. Лучше нового геобосса из недельного. В плане геймплея. Понятно, его нужно успеть добить, пока он опять не собрался, пока его защита не появилась. После сбития ледяного щита. За одну стадию, думаю, его легко можно убить. Развитие персонажа. Цветение кристалл. Ледяные кристаллы поразительной чистоты, образовавшиеся в холодном цвету криогипостасиса. Эти морозные кристаллы никогда не прекратят расти, следуя своим студенным законам, пока однажды не раскроется цветок зимы и не заморозит все вокруг. Возможно, застывшее время его не тающее лоно и есть истинная сущность этого бессмертного цветка. Наверное, эти предметы нужны будут для возвышения нового 5-звездочного героя, которого пока нет. Может, еще что-нибудь забыл? Тут новое подземелье с новыми артефактами. Стойкость миллилитра. Здоровье плюс 20%. Когда элементальный навык попадает по врагам, атака всех находящихся поблизости персонажей в отряде увеличивается на 20%, а прочность их щита увеличивается на 30%. Эффект длится 3 секунды и может возникнуть один раз в полсекунды. Этот эффект может быть активирован даже если персонаж, экипированный этим набором артефактов, не находится на поле боя. В принципе, в какой-то ситуации, наверное, может пригодиться этот сет. Физурон плюс 25%. Когда элементальный навык попадает по врагам, атака увеличивается на 9% в течение 7 секунд. Эффект может складываться до 2 раз и возникает не чаще одного раза в 0,3 секунды. На втором уровне эффект набора из 2 вещей увеличивается на 100%. То есть 50% баф из урона, да? Будет. Если 25 умножить на 100, прибавите 100% к нему. Любопытно. А что рыцарь крови дает, я уже забыл. Какая там прибавка? Также 25%, но за 2 вещи. После победы над противником увеличивает урон заряженной атаки на 50%. Получается, новый сет получше этого. Это по сути замена кубку. Сет рыцаря крови. Хотя, конечно, где-то рыцарь крови лучше зайдет. Так, откуда вообще идти сюда? Задание персонажей как-нибудь потом пройду. Не сегодня. И завтра, думаю, резидент будет. Шестая часть. Думаю, в этом почти тоже будет какое-нибудь мероприятие, где можно будет тоже корон получить. Ну и во время мероприятия обычно есть сюжетные квесты небольшие. Вот когда они будут доступны, тогда постримлю еще денек Genshin. Пройду квесты мероприятий и плюс задания героев. Вход с этой стороны. Так, а сколько у меня здоровья? Ай, хватит. Сие священное место покровительствует лишь духом и телом сильным, боли и мучений не боящимся. Испытание его... Испытание его выстоявший получит артефакты драгоценные, позволяющие обрести силу немыслимую. Рекомендуется геоперсонажа. Враги, попавшие по защищенному щитом персонажу, вызывают ударную волну. Туда иди, черти. Наверное, меня сейчас убьют. Так, они утонули уже. Это плохо для меня. Вы те убили. Гады. Они, блин, широкие. Мимо них фиг пройдешь еще. Ретарби лучше этого. Почему автонаведение все направо срабатывает? Тут больше никого не будет. Только эти два.
No, my sword! Time to act. Rain cutter!
Yay, I did it!
Вовремя ее
Wait, no, I
призвал.
didn't.
При этом фри. Ценни я еще не смотрел. Я только пассивку я знаю пока. Поэтому фиг знает, буду тянуть, нет. Мне на самом деле танков и так хватает. Пассивка у нее любопытная. Она с Дианой, наверное, будет хорошо сочетаться в пати. А ты будешь его убивать, нет? Кстати, кто там в мистиках будет? Следующий. Надо глянуть. Шарлотт. Такое. Наверное, я не буду ее убивать. Хотя надо ее скиллы прочитать. Хотя бы. Контратаку еще вешает на себя на 2 хода. Там 100% контратака, да? Или какой шанс на контратаку? 100%? Неплохо. Тем более еще с провокацией, если... Но у меня еще Крау не прокачанный, по идее, из танков. Прикольный кубок, внешне. Это как раз этот сет на физурон новый. При этом здесь геоурон. Говно, а не чашка. И цветок из другого сета. Ну, это тебе виднее. Я, по крайней мере, тоже не припомню ни одного героя, которого 100% провокация. На первом скилле. Ну, из обычных. Кстати, когда там будут бесплатные самоны ежедневные? С завтрашнего дня, да? Или позже? Может, с них хоть кто-нибудь выпадет? Из ML4 хотя бы. А там ML персонажи мне вообще не падают. С этих самых редких самонов все 3-звездочное сыпется. Ну, а последним 4-звездочным была Ачатас. Ну, ее дубы. Мне вообще не прет на них. Жаль, этой Доминиэль нет. Я бы ее хоть разобрал и выбрал бы какой-нибудь другого героя. Тоже Пургиса. Или Сурин. Ляне нужно помочь. Что грустишь, как всегда? Вот Цутека хочет. Так, подземелье новое прошел. Босса нового убил. Квесты основные Закончил. Можно еще, конечно, что-нибудь покрафтить. Хотя нельзя, там еще кулдаун. 14 часов точно не прошло. Все еще ковер должен изготавливаться до нового дома. Ну ладно, думаю, на этом на сегодня закончим. Завтра будет 6-й резидент. Как я уже сказал, задание 2 героев я еще пройду потом как-нибудь, когда выйдут дополнительные квесты этого патча. Сюжетка новая, в принципе, неплохая. Немного подзатянутая, как всегда. Ну, по крайней мере, задание Джуна было не таким текущим, и там Пайман не повторял все, что не пересказывал все, что только что произошло, каждый раз, как в предыдущем квесте. Ладно, всем удачи, хорошего настроения.